Chapter 374. Jinchi wanted to gamble. This divine sword was very important to both his father and his uncle, because this divine sword was one of the keys to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion, which was the #1 treasure trove in the divine realm. The Soul Emperor was the most important person in the divine realm. His treasures were undoubtedly the most important. However, this wasn't the most important thing. In the end, Jinchi made up his mind to let the black-robed man, who was at the initial stage of the Martial Saint level, instantly kill a bunch of Martial Saint level treasures. This treasure was so magical that it was a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. Even if he got the divine sword, it would belong to his father and uncle. Whatever he got from the Soul Emperor Pavilion would belong to his uncle and father. But the black-robed man's supreme treasure was different. He got it, so it would belong to him. So he did not hesitate to let the 4-peak heavenly god treasures activate the teleportation formation. He teleported and burned the black-robed man to ashes with his flames. As for the divine sword and the supreme treasure in the black-robed man's spatial ring, he was not worried. His flames did not have the ability to melt those treasures. When Jinchi moved, Yiruashue also moved. Lord Devour was not here. The 5 of them could not watch the hope of the House of Ares, or the black-robed man, who could bring hope to the fire dragon plain die. So from the beginning, Yiruashue, Saber Emperor, and Ancestor Shue had decided that if Jinchi attacked, the 3 of them would protect the black-robed man at all costs. But they did not expect that Jinchi would not care about his own life. He was not afraid that Lord Devour would smash him to pieces. He did not let his subordinates do it, but did it himself. Although it was different from what they had expected, the 5 of them did not waver. They teleported. They decided to use their lives to exchange for the black-robed man's survival. Kid, let the protector of the god-slaying mountain take you to Purple Island. You can take revenge for us when you break through to the god realm. The 5 of them ignited with flames. Before teleporting, they sent messages to the black-robed man. When they appeared again, they were between the black-robed man and Jinchi. The white flames on their bodies were even more intense. They were about to use their bodies to resist the attack. Wait! The black-robed man could not stay calm anymore. He shouted. His voice was not sharp and deep like before. It was a young man's voice. He shouted urgently, "Lord, the alien race violated the rules first. Why don't you act? Lord, make a move?" Jinchi and Yiruashue were startled at the same time. A trace of fear appeared on Jinchi's face. However, he didn't hesitate and continued to shoot the golden flame in his hand forward. At that moment, the 5 of them were delighted. However, seeing that Jinchi did not stop attacking, they had no choice but to continue emitting white flames toward the golden flames. Buzz! All of a sudden, a ray of gentle white light suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire sky of Tsang City. This light was very warm, very cozy, and very comfortable, so much so that no one in Tsang City wanted to move. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. Yi Tianlong's eyes widened in horror. Yi Jian's mouth was still wide open. Yi Chong found that he couldn't open his eyes. The 4-peak heavenly gods of the Golden Horn Celestial Clan found that they couldn't move their hands that were about to crush the triangular divine stone. Jinchi's golden flames were still suspended in midair, while the white flames on Yiruashue and the others' bodies were still burning. The black-robed man's pig-slaughtering knife had a drop of greenish-black blood at the tip of the knife. It wanted to drip down, but it couldn't. The entire world was quiet. The entire world seemed to have stopped. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. The clouds in the sky stopped drifting, the wind stopped blowing, and the raindrops that were about to fall also stopped falling. A huge face appeared in midair once again. It was a blurry yet clear face. It was a woman's face. Not many people in the god world dare to violate the rules that I set. Your big uncle doesn't dare, your father doesn't dare, but you dare to violate it? A faintly discernible voice suddenly resounded. Sometimes it was near, sometimes it was vicissitude, and sometimes it was young. It was very strange. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was ringing in the ears of thousands of people. Everyone could hear it clearly. After the voice finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew from the huge face, brushing past everyone. Those who were brushed by the breeze suddenly realized that they could move. When the breeze brushed past Jin Qi, the golden flames on his body disappeared without a sound. When it brushed past Yi Ruoshui and the others, the white flames on their bodies also disappeared. The clouds in the sky continued to drift, the wind blew, and the raindrops continued to fall. Drip, drip, drip. The entire place resumed its tranquility. The only sound was the sound of blood dripping from the butcher's knife. The ticking sound rang in everyone's ears and hearts, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate at the same time. Sir, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will return to the God world now. I will never come to the fire dragon plane again. Please don't kill me. Give me a chance. Give my big uncle face. My big uncle will remember this favor. Jin Qi's face turned ashen. He directly kneeled in the air, kowtowing unceasingly to the massive face. He knew that the massive face had appeared one more time, and he didn't have a chance anymore. Similarly, he could fall today, vanishing from this world. No one can go against my will. You can't. Your father can't. Your big uncle can't. Lord Devour pondered for a while. His voice was emotionless, as if he was talking about something trivial. Crippled Emperor? Jin can? I'll give him face. He's an important person. If I don't give him face, he's nothing. So you can die now. After saying that, the huge face changed again and turned into a beautiful crystal clear palm. Slowly and lightly, it flew towards Jin Qi. Its speed was slow, but it reached Jin Qi in the blink of an eye. It grabbed Jin Qi in its palm. Then it exerted a little force. Like a clay doll, Jin Qi was pinched by that beautiful palm, turning into specks of dust that floated down from the sky. There was no mince meat, no blood, and not even a divine crystal. Everything had turned into dust. It seemed slow, but it happened very fast. Actually, from Jin Qi's teleportation to Yi Ruoshui's teleportation, the black-cloaked man's roar, the massive face's appearance, and Jin Qi turning into dust, only a few blinks had passed. Young master. Until Jin Qi turned into dust, the four-peak heavenly god realm experts finally got themselves together. When the massive face appeared in the god city, they had used their soul consciousness to sense that Jin Koan had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, they hadn't seen it directly. This was the first time they saw it, so they were bewildered. Then they pulled themselves together. Their faces changed as they screamed in pain. You guys can go to the God world now. Tell the crippled emperor that I killed him. If you're not convinced, you can come and find me. And devour. The massive face said before disappearing in the sky of Tsang City. Devour? Devour. Dancing butterfly war god? When the four-peak heavenly god realm experts heard this name, they were a little confused. Eventually they thought of something. Their faces changed again. They opened their eyes wide, looking at the place where the massive face had disappeared. They shivered. After a while, their faces turned ashen. Without a word, they crushed the triangular stones in their hands. A seven-colored radiance lit up the sky, and a black hole slowly appeared in the radiance. As for the four deity-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members, they directly teleported and brought the remaining dozens of Martial Saint-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members into the black hole. Finally, with a flash of light, they disappeared into the sky. Hee. It's done. I'm going now. The dead silence outside Song City was once again broken by a sharp and low voice. The black-cloaked man lifted his bamboo hat and nodded at Yi Ruoshui. He then waved his butcher knife in the air and sheathed it before disappearing. Citizens of the House of Ares, the battle has ended. We have won. Yi Ruoshui looked at the corpses and broken limbs on the ground. She smiled bitterly. She raised her hands and shouted, "One. The invincible god of war will never surrender." Following Yi Ruoshui's shout, the 1,000+ people on the Tsang City wall raised their hands. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted excitedly. Their voices reverberated throughout Tsang City. Chapter 375. Whoosh. The heavy rain finally came. The sky that had been oppressive for a long time began to clear up after the heavy rain. The thousands of martial artists on the city walls did not find a place to hide from the rain, nor did they use their battle chi to evaporate the rainwater on their bodies. Instead, they quietly began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses under the leadership of the supreme elders of the major families. In the heavy rain, countless people stepped on the mud, stepping on the red and greenish-black blood, and began to pile up all the corpses. They collected the broken flesh and limbs on the ground, and sent the countless weapons and broken armors back to Tsang City. After a period of busy work, they finally finished cleaning up the battlefield before the sky was completely dark. Black oil was poured on the corpses, and countless torches were thrown onto them. 2 blazing fires were lit outside Tsang City, illuminating the entire city. At the same time, it also illuminated the thousands of people gathered in front of the fire on the left. Hundreds of elite seeds from the back mountain of the Yi family castle had already arrived here. Everyone in Tsang City who could still stand up was here. Everyone looked solemnly at the bones and limbs that were gradually turning black in the fire. At the same time, she placed one hand on her chest, raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and silently prayed. The invincible god of war will never yield. Rest in peace. Following Yi Ruoshui's angry roar, a loud roar sounded outside Tsang City. The roar pierced through the sky and reverberated through the earth. It was filled with sorrow, nostalgia, and blessings. At that moment, the rain finally stopped. The strong wind stopped blowing, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly faded. The bright moon revealed its shy face, and the earth was once again enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. There were a few people who did not attend the funeral outside Tsang City. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan, who was lying quietly on the white jade bed. Elder Lu, who was beside him, was examining him with his eyes closed. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were still waiting anxiously in the carefree pavilion. Suddenly, they saw Yi Qinghan, who had been out for a long time, appear again. He was wearing a strange robe, holding a Qilin mask in his hand, and a strange knife at his waist. He smiled at the 3 of them, but suddenly fainted on the ground. The 3 of them were shocked. They hurriedly carried Yi Qinghan into the room, and were about to look for Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu had already found out and teleported over. What do you think? Elder Lu, is little Han all right? Yi Qinggu, who had been staring at Elder Lu, asked anxiously when he suddenly opened his eyes. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu also fixed their eyes on Elder Lu. It's not a big deal, but the child was too desperate. He used up too much of his soul, and fell into a deep coma. I'll give him some soul-nourishing elixirs, and he'll be fine after resting for half a month. Elder Lu shook his head and sighed as he looked at Yi Qinghan's pale face with some pity. At the same time, he took out a green herb from his spatial ring and pried open Yi Qinghan's mouth. A gentle white light emitted from his hand, and the herb turned into drops of green liquid, which dripped into Yi Qinghan's mouth. Well, take good care of him in the carefree pavilion. There's nothing else to worry about outside, so don't worry about him. Elder Lu said and teleported away. After Yi Ruoshui finished the funeral, she signaled for everyone to go back and rest. Everything would be discussed the next day. She and the other 4 returned to the small cave where she had secluded herself. The apocalyptic calamity has finally passed, and the war god manor has been saved. It's just a pity that Big Brother Sword Emperor and nearly 1,000 warriors have died. Big Brothers Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor, please don't be too sad. Yi Ruoshui sat on the main seat, sighed deeply, and turned to speak to everyone. We're not sad. Big Brother died with a smile. Now that the calamity is over, he can probably go to the underworld with a smile. The Spear Emperor was not as sad after returning from outside. The Sword Emperor died, but his death was worthwhile. If anyone else present could exchange their lives for the continuation of the human race in the House of Ares, they would not hesitate to die. I suggest that we build a Hall of Martyrs outside of Tsang City to commemorate Big Brother Sword Emperor and the countless brave warriors who sacrificed themselves. At the same time, we will compile a list of the warriors who died tomorrow and give their families the greatest amount of compensation. The Yu clan will pay for all the expenses. After all, the Yu clan did not put in much effort this time. Yu Shishui said calmly. He began to consider the issue of compensation after the war. The experts of the Yu clan were all experts in soul-type cultivation, and none of them were at the peak of the Saint Realm. They would not be of much use in this war, so they did not send anyone to Tsang City. Yes, not only do we need to build a hall of martyrs, but we also need to record all the people who contributed to this war into the annals of the House of Ares. We need Big Brother Sword Emperor and the others to be remembered for generations to come, forever engraved in the hearts of the disciples of the House of Ares. The Shui clan's ancestor suggested once again. Obviously, this suggestion was unanimously agreed upon. Who didn't want their names to be remembered for generations to come? The Sword Emperor and the others, on the other hand, had to be recorded in the annals of history. Otherwise, how could they repay their contributions? Oh, that's right. Do you want to record that kid from your clan? He came out with his face covered. Could it be that he has some hidden trouble? The Saber Emperor asked. The 5 of them had immediately used their divine sense to detect the black-robed man as soon as he appeared. They had investigated the number 1 expert on the Earth rankings, Yi Qinghan, before, so they recognized him. Yi Qinghan had contributed greatly to this war. It could be said that he was second only to the Sword Emperor. If his name was recorded in the annals of history, or if his identity was made known, his name would definitely shake the entire continent. Ignoring his age, just the fact that he was able to instantly kill a group of peak saints while only at the first level of the saint realm was enough to shake the entire continent. However, Yi Qinghan had appeared with his face covered, and he had even purposely changed his voice. He had even hidden his signature blade, and used a butcher's knife. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his identity. At least, he didn't want too many people to know that the black-robed man was him. I don't know the reason either. I don't even know where he is now. This kid has too many secrets. He must have his reasons for hiding his identity. We will help him hide this matter for the time being. When he appears in the future, I will ask him properly. A trace of pride flashed in Yi Ruoshui's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. She then said. The few of them nodded at the same time. They didn't pursue Yi Qinghan's secrets. Yi Qinghan was related to that powerful woman from the Dark Forest. So it wasn't strange for him to have some secrets. Yes, this kid's future is boundless. I think we should tell him the secret of the Fire Dragon continent. Whether the continent can be saved or not, I think we can only rely on him. This kid has brought us too many miracles. I hope he can walk out of this dead well in the end. Then the Fire Dragon continent will have a bright future. The Saber Emperor suddenly said as he recalled the black whirlwind outside the Tsang city. Yes, this kid is so abnormal. Moreover, he has such a relationship with that person in the castle. If he can't save the continent, I think it's even more impossible to rely on us old things. The old ancestor of the Shui family nodded. His eyes flickered as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Good. When he comes back, we will talk to him in detail. As for how far he can go in the end, it depends on the arrangement of the heavens. Yi Ruoshui saw that the 4 of them were looking at him expectantly. So, she made the final decision. Chapter 376. After the torrential rain, the 13 streets of Tsang City were all washed clean, looking extremely comfortable. At this time, the moon hung high in the sky, dyeing the entire Tsang City white. There were only 1,000 or so people in Tsang City tonight, all gathered in the square outside the city lord's residence. The Yi family's experts tirelessly moved large amounts of cooked food from the Yi family castle, as well as large amounts of strong alcohol, and started drinking in the square. It wasn't because they were hungry, nor was it because they were tired. It was because they had suffered too much today, and they needed a relaxed atmosphere to ease their nerves. They needed strong alcohol to ease their moods. There were no chairs, no maids, and everyone just lit a few bonfires in the square. The people split into countless groups, holding wine jars and lamb legs, sat on the stone slabs, and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. At first, no one said anything. They all silently drank, ate, and stared blankly at the bonfires. However, as more and more alcohol was drunk, people in the square started whispering, which quickly spread. In the end, as more and more alcohol was drunk, the square gradually became more lively. Some people started crying bitterly, some started laughing wildly, some started cursing, and some started praying. The square was filled with noise and excitement. After crying and cursing, everyone felt much better. Some emotions that had been suppressed for a long time needed to be vented out. Otherwise, they would be suffocated. After venting, some people hugged their wine jars and fell into a deep sleep, while others started discussing what had happened today in low voices. They talked about the Sword Emperor's self-destruction, the giant face in the sky, the black whirlwind, and the blood-dripping butcher knife. Who was that giant face? Who was the owner of that butcher knife? They had heard of the terrifying giant face, and could roughly guess. However, after seeing it face to face and feeling its unparalleled might, they thought that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. No one dared to talk about the giant face, and they just exclaimed in shock. However, the owner of that butcher knife became the topic of discussion for most of the people present. A strange voice, strange attire, elegant figure, tyrannical strength, and miraculous performance. They were deeply shaken to the core and overturned their previous understanding. Some people had some guesses, such as Yi Chang, the experts who had been to the god-slaying mountains Heaven's Path, Yi Jian, and the elders of the Yi family. That was because in the instant that Yi Ruoshui and the others were about to self-detonate, the strange voice was no longer strange. Instead, it was the voice of a young man, a voice they were all familiar with. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. More importantly, that bewitching purple light was too obvious. This was Yi Qinghan's signature skill. Presumably, no one in this world could possess it. After all, there was only one soul-devouring beast. However, they still didn't dare to confirm it. After all, this news was too shocking, so shocking that they didn't dare to believe it. A 21-year-old saint whose overall strength was invincible below the god level. This was a strength that even the heavenly meridians that appeared in history did not have. This was simply a miraculous existence. Everyone listen up. Today's matter regarding that Lord and the black-robed man are forbidden to discuss or spread. Otherwise, we will be hunted down by the entire House of Aries. This is a decision made by the 5 of us. Remember. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the square, completely suppressing the discussions of the crowd. They all recognized this voice. It was Yi Ruoshui's voice. Everyone in the square shut their mouths immediately. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yi Ruoshui, but they respected the will of the 5 god-level experts and the will of the guardian of the House of Aries. In the next few days, the entire Tsang City started to get busy. The original residents of Tsang City were sent back, and the warriors of the Yi family started to gather in Tsang City. A huge hall of martyrs was built outside Tsang City. Countless people started to flock to Tsang City. Some came to pay their respects to the battlefield. Some came from the families and clansmen of the fallen warriors. They went to Tsang City to pay their respects to their dead relatives, and to receive the sympathy of the House of Aries. Tsang City was filled with a large number of carriages every day. The official road outside the city had a few deep wheel marks. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan finally woke up. However, his body was still a little weak. Under the insistence of the 3 ladies, he was not allowed to get out of bed. He spent his days recuperating in his room. Yi Qinghan asked Elder Lu. There was nothing important in Tsang City now, so he was not in a hurry to go out. Anyway, he had disappeared for so many days. It didn't matter if he disappeared for a few more days. He spent his days with the 3 ladies in the carefree pavilion, immersing himself in the warmth of his home. It was a happy and romantic life. On this day, Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. He had just snuck away from the 3 ladies and visited Dark Moon in her room. Dark Moon was still in a deep sleep. Although she looked fine, Yi Qinghan still felt a pang of heartache. All right, I'll take care of this child. She's fine. Your injuries are almost healed. If you don't go out now, I'm afraid your ancestor will scold you. Just as he was pondering whether he should tell Yi Qingyu and the others about Dark Moon, Elder Lu sent him a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and glanced at Dark Moon again. He walked out and appeared in the Cold Heart Pavilion with the 3 ladies. The Cold Heart Pavilion looked the same. It was beautiful and exuded a faint fragrance. However, Cui Hua and the others had not been sent back. There was no one in the pavilion. Little Han, come to the back of the mountain. As expected, Yi Ruoshui's voice transmission reached Yi Qinghan's ears before he could even warm his seat. After explaining to the 3 of them, Yi Qinghan headed to the back of the mountain where the Yi clan was located. After teleporting a few times, he was already standing beside the small lake in the back of the mountain. The moment he appeared beside the lake, 3 figures flew over from the distance. They were Yi Tianlong and the 2 ladies. The 3 of them were obviously wounded. Yi Qinghan's injuries were the most serious. Many parts of his body were wrapped in white cloth. When Yi Qinghan saw them, he hurriedly bowed and asked about their injuries with concern. "Greetings, grandpas. How are your injuries? Nothing serious, right?" "Haha, good lad. Well done. We won't die yet. Don't worry." Yi Tianlong's rigid face was filled with an excited smile. He waved his hand and forcefully patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, he touched his wounds, causing him to grin bitterly and hoarsely. Looking at the situation, the 3 of them had obviously obtained the exact situation from Yi Ruoshui. They understood that the black-robed man that they had been guessing about was actually their clan's Yi Qinghan. How could they not be excited? "Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. I'm extremely satisfied with you as my grandson-in-law. Hee. Yi Qinghu also wanted to raise his hand, but many parts of his body were wrapped. He could only raise and lower his hand, grinning widely. Xiao. Just when Yi Baihu wanted to say something, the space suddenly fluctuated. Yi Ruoshui teleported over. The eyes under the 2 white eyebrows were full of smiles. "All right, the 3 of you rest well. We'll talk later. I have something to discuss with little Han." With that, she teleported with Yi Qinghan, bringing him to the cave where they were cultivating. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that the Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and Yu Shishui were all smiling at him. Yi Qinghan pays his respects to the 4 seniors. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize the 3 of them. He had only seen them once outside Song City. However, he knew that these 3 were the deity-tier elites of the House of Aries, so he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "You're welcome, our little hero," the Saber Emperor said with a smile. Saber Emperor said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and arranged a domain that enveloped the entire cave. Only then did he stand up. At the same time, the other 3 also stood up, standing side by side with Yi Ruoshui. The 5 of them had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Saber Emperor took out 3 red tokens from his bosom and handed them over to Yi Qinghan in a solemn manner. "Today, I've called you here for 2 things. The first is that the 5 of us represent the billions of citizens of the House of Aries to thank you for everything you have done for the House of Aries. You, Yi Qinghan, are the hero of the House of Aries. You saved the House of Aries. On behalf of the House of Aries, I bestow upon you 3 War God blood tokens. You have the right to order the strongest cultivators of the continent to do anything that doesn't violate common sense. Of course, this includes the 5 of us." Chapter 377. All right. Thank you, everyone. Yi Qinghan accepted the 3 blood badges of the Divine Battle God, without hesitation. These were good items. Back then, Yi Tianlong had relied on these items to rally the masses and slaughter his way to Heavenly Demon City. He wasn't going to take them, but he wasn't going to take them. When the Saber Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan had accepted the items, he glanced at Yi Ruoshui and the others. The 5 of them nodded, then bowed deeply to Qinghan. The Saber Emperor bowed and said in a low voice, "The second matter is that we would like to ask you a favor on behalf of the citizens of the Flame Dragon continent." What are the 5 of you doing? Hurry up and rise." Yi Qinghan was playing with the 3 War Gods' blood medallions when he suddenly saw the 5 people bowing to him respectfully. What a joke! One of these 5 was his ancestor, while the other was his wife's ancestor. Would he dare to accept their bow? That would shorten his lifespan. He hurriedly jumped up and was about to help them up. "Yi Qinghan, if you don't agree, we won't get up," the Saber Emperor said seriously, refusing to get up. The 5 of them seemed to have steeled their hearts and continued to bow. Even Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui were silent, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan's response. I agree to anything. Is that okay?" Yi Qinghan's expression became bitter. They were basically forcing him onto the path of death. His ancestor and 4 people who could be his ancestors were begging him like this. Even if they wanted him to challenge that Baldi in the Divine City, he had no choice but to do so. "Yes, I thank you on behalf of the entire Fire Dragon continent. If you can succeed in this matter, You will be the savior of the entire fire dragon continent. The 5 people stood up at the same time. They didn't look unnatural at all. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan with gratitude. Wait, the flame dragon continent? What does this have to do with the flame dragon continent? Yi Qinghan surreptitiously glanced at Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui. When he discovered that the 2 of them weren't embarrassed in the slightest, he twisted his body and asked in surprise. His heart was pounding. How could the flame dragon continent be a small matter? It seemed like these 5 old fellows were going to give him a heavy burden. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Nothing big happened in the fire dragon continent. Now the foreign races had either been killed or retreated. The continent was at peace. What we beg of you is that you must do your best to save the fire dragon continent. Saber Emperor pondered for a while, and said in a serious manner. The more Yi Qinghan heard, the more confused he became. Save the fire dragon continent? Why rescue? Can you make it clearer? What was wrong with the continent? Everything seems to be fine on the continent, right? Wrong. At this moment Yi Ruoshui, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. His eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger, and he became extremely agitated. You said that the continent is peaceful, but that's all on the surface. It's all an illusion. Let me explain it to you this way. The Flame Dragon continent originally belonged to the people of the Flame Dragon continent, but after the first world-destroying battle thousands of years ago, the Flame Dragon continent no longer belonged to us. We are now just a bunch of livestock that can be killed and played with as they please. When Yi Ruoshui finished speaking, he seemed to have triggered a memory in the hearts of the 5 of them. A trace of sorrow, a trace of pain, a trace of humiliation, and a trace of grief and indignation appeared on their faces. The continent isn't ours? We're livestock that's been reared? Yi Qinghan looked at their expressions as he repeated Yi Ruoshui's words. A few thousand years ago? The world-destroying battle? He vaguely understood, but he didn't dare to be sure. He asked, Ancestor, do you mean the Divine City? The Divine City reared the people of the continent? But the Divine City doesn't seem to care much about the continent? He don't care? The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth curled into a cold smile. She shook her head slightly and continued. The history you know and the surface you see are all illusions. You have to be clear that history is often rewritten by the victors. The 3 races fought endlessly for thousands of years? T. In the world-destroying battle, 2 suppressed the experts of the 3 races, facilitated the 3 races' peaceful coexistence, and made a blood oath together? T. The Divine City won't interfere with the internal affairs of the 3 races. The more Yi Ruoshui spoke, the more agitated she became. She even cursed. Let me tell you, the Flame Dragon continent has always been peaceful for thousands of years. Think about it. There were so many God-rank experts on the continent. Once a war broke out, would the continent still exist? There were so many peak God-rank experts on the continent, and there were countless of them. How could 2 suppress them all? Do you really think he has the aura of a bastard? Intimidate the 4 seas with a single move? Not interfere with internal affairs? How did you encounter danger in the prefecture battle? When Sky Dragon brought people to the Heaven Demon City, why did the 4 guards of the Divine City come? What's the truth of the matter? The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Because he knew one more thing, the matter of the Soul Seed. This was obviously a secret force of the Divine City. Obviously, there were many of them in the Divine City. These people were monitoring the situation of the continent. Saber Emperor interrupted. The truth of the matter is very simple. 2 is the Lord of the Flame Dragon Plane. He had mastered the Fire Dragon continent's encyclopedia of life and death. He sent people to cause a war between the 3 races. Then he single-handedly killed dozens of God-rank experts on the continent, forcing all the experts of the continent to submit. They had no choice but to sign the Undercity Alliance. Moreover, he set the rules of the prefecture battle. It's a battle every 30 years. In fact, it's not to resolve the dispute between the 3 races. Instead, he's collecting the souls of the dead to cultivate dark evil techniques, and to refine the soul pill. Every 30 years, a new generation has just grown up. Then they have to go to the Nether Island to die. He's treating the people of the Flame Dragon continent like animals. Every 30 years, when the animals grow up, he'll kill them. Prefecture battle? That's right. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. During the prefecture battle, he discovered a strange phenomenon on the Scarlet Plains. People couldn't help but have a bloodthirsty impulse on the Scarlet Plains. The more they killed, the crazier they became. It was as if the atmosphere there had a strange magical power that made people want to kill. Moreover, every time a battle ended, the sky above the Scarlet Plains would suddenly become windy and gloomy. It turned out that someone was playing tricks. Someone was using a special method or formation to collect souls. He had always been curious why the prefecture battle happened every 30 years, and why the elite prefecture battle and the chaotic prefecture battle alternated. Now that Saber Emperor mentioned it, he understood. This was Tu's plan to raise people. Not only would the population of the continent not shrink, but it would also maintain a balance. Moreover, the prefecture battle every 30 years would make the hatred between the three races deeper and deeper. He could easily collect the largest number of souls every 30 years. If he killed everyone at once, he could only get tens of millions of souls. But now he could have an endless supply of souls to collect. The people of the continent had become pigs raised by Tuesday. When the piglets grew up, half of the breeding pigs and piglets would be slaughtered. Then the remaining breeding pigs and piglets would continue to give birth. After a period of time, the piglets would grow up and be slaughtered again. This cycle would continue endlessly. What? Why didn't anyone kill Tu? Go and resist? Although Tu is a peak deity, with so many experts risking their lives, they should be able to kill him. Yi Qinghan thought it was inconceivable. Tu had descended on the continent for thousands of years. He had experienced the prefecture battle more than 1,000 times. Tens of millions of people had died. Why didn't anyone resist? In the past, there were so many deities on the continent. Even if they weren't a match for him, dozens of deities could still kill him by self-detonation. Why didn't anyone resist? There were at least 100 deity rank experts from the continent, and they all charged into the divine city, but in the end none of them survived. Because Tu was the overlord of the Flame Dragon plane. Therefore he had a mystical ability that the divine world had bestowed upon him. Overlord's will. Anyone with the aura of the Flame Dragon plane would have their strength reduced by 1/10 in front of him. How do you think this battle would be fought? Those who went would only be throwing their lives away. 1/10? No wonder. How could the overlords will be so terrifying? Yi Qinghan recalled what Elder Lu had said. If they were in the divine world, he would have a 5% chance of defeating Tuesday. But in the Flame Dragon plane, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Tuesday. It seemed like Elder Lu had stayed at the God-slaying mountain for thousands of years, and already had the aura of the Flame Dragon plane. But Lord Devour had also stayed there for a long time. Why could she defeat Tu so easily? How was she so powerful? After figuring out everything, he understood why the 5 of them were so agitated and indignant. The 5 of them had lived on the Flame Dragon continent for thousands of years, and had developed deep feelings for it. Every 30 years, they would see hundreds of thousands of people fighting on Nether Island. Finally, they would turn into wisps of resentful souls that were collected by Tu for cultivation and alchemy. This resentment had accumulated over the years. Wouldn't they be angry? Wouldn't they be sad? Of course not. There's one more thing I haven't figured out. What can I do? Even if I cultivate to the divine realm, I might not be able to kill Tuesday. Didn't you say that he has the Overlord's will? Although he had figured out the matter, he was still very doubtful. Could he do something that countless experts couldn't do for thousands of years? We don't want you to kill Tu, and you can't kill him, because he is the Overlord recognized by the divine world. Once the divine world finds out that he is killed, the divine world's law enforcement team will kill everyone in the Flame Dragon plane. This is what Lord Devour said. What we want you to do is to cultivate to the divine realm, then go to Purple Island and challenge the last barrier. Finally, you will reach the divine world and find a way to become the overlord of the Flame Dragon plane. In this way, you can kill Tu openly and save the Flame Dragon plane. Saber Emperor said as he bowed deeply again. Why me? Can't you guys go to the divine world? Yi Qinghan helped Saber Emperor up and asked again. We can't. Because Tu has sealed the flame dragon plane. For thousands of years, no one has broken through this dead well and gone to the divine world. Yi Ruoshui shook her head slowly and revealed a trace of disappointment on her face. In the last barrier of Purple Island, he got a powerful peak-level divine beast from the divine world. The flame dragon plane lacks vitality. If the divine world's experts want to cultivate to the peak, they need at least tens of thousands of years. That year, all the peak-level divine realm experts were killed by Tuesday. But you are different. Because you have the divine beast soul-devouring beast and the abnormal body fusion battle skill. You have the highest hope of walking out of this dead well. You will pierce through the sky of the flame dragon continent and break through the blue dome of heaven. Chapter 378. *T. Listening to them, Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath, keeping silent. These old things had set up a trap for him. They had put a heavy burden on his shoulders that made it hard for him to breathe. He had never thought of himself as Spider-Man or Superman. He didn't have a sense of justice. He had to save the continent and its people as his responsibility. He was just a simple man who wanted to live a comfortable and happy life. In his previous life, he hadn't had such a comfortable life. In this life, he had transmigrated to this world, but he was a good-for-nothing. He didn't believe in heaven or fate. With the help of the soul ring his father had left him, he had summoned Xiao He. He had put his life on the line, endured the extreme pain, and risked his life time and time again. Finally, he had become an outstanding man, the top expert of the continent. He had several peerless beauties, his own home, and his own happy life. He had never wanted to be the savior of the continent. What did the people of the continent have to do with him? He just wanted to protect his women and his family. He wanted to live a happy and comfortable life. However, these old fogies had given him a mission that many people of the continent had struggled for thousands of years. It was a mission that he had to struggle for the rest of his life. Lord Devour had given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. Old Lu had also given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. It wasn't a big deal. It was related to his life and his treasures. He could fight and work hard for it. But now he was given a *T mission to fight for the fiery dragon continent for the rest of his life? He didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the fiery dragon continent. On this continent, the people he cared about were too few. If something happened to the people he cared about, he could fight and risk his life for them. But now, he remembered that they hadn't said anything definite. They just asked him to try his best. Moreover, there was his ancestor and his wife's ancestor in front of him. He didn't go berserk. He pondered for a while and then said to them, I can't agree to all of your requests. I can't agree to all of your requests. I can only say that I will try my best to achieve them as long as it doesn't affect my life. If this matter has an impact on my life, I will abandon it. All right. The five of them looked at each other, but they were not angry. Instead, a smile flashed in their eyes. They were very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's answer. If Yi Qinghan listened to their words and agreed without hesitation, they would be worried. How could a man who was irresponsible to himself, his family, and his women be expected to be responsible to the people of the continent? Although Yi Qinghan's answer seemed very selfish, it could be seen from another aspect that he was a responsible person, a man who kept his promises. Now that Yi Qinghan had given an answer from the bottom of his heart, they were relieved. After the matter was finished, the five of them obtained a satisfactory answer. The other four began to bid farewell and leave. Now that the matters that needed to be discussed over the past few days had been settled, they had to go back and make arrangements for their respective families, or the House of Aries. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the ancestor of the Shui clan went back, while Yu Shishui went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion to find Yu Qingcheng. After the four of them left, Yi Ruoshui once again set up a domain. Her two white eyebrows bent as she smiled bitterly at Yi Qinghan. Little Han, you don't blame me for giving you so much pressure, do you? Yi Qinghan let out a bitter laugh and rolled his eyes. Ancestor, you acted first and reported later. What's the use of me blaming you? Moreover, I didn't agree completely. I only said that I would do my best. A complicated expression flashed across Yi Ruoshui's eyes. She smiled bitterly. I know that this might be too heavy for you. These things are supposed to be shouldered by us old geezers, but we don't have the ability. The Sword Emperor, who had the highest chance of reaching the peak of the Heavenly God tier, died. Of course, even if he reached the peak of the Heavenly God tier, he wouldn't be able to pass the final trial on Purple Island. After all, divine beasts have natural abilities. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just do your best. Everything is up to fate. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He thought that they must have found out that Xiao He was a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. If he didn't have Xiao He and this abnormal fusion skill, perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to make them beg him like this. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about your cultivation level. How did you break through to the Saint tier so quickly? Is it because of Lord Devour? Yi Ruoshui saw that there were no outsiders and asked the question that had been lingering in their minds for a long time. They obviously thought that Yi Qinghan could break through from the first level of the Emperor tier to the Saint tier in such a short time because of Lord Devour's help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a miracle to happen. Yi Ruoshui wanted to confirm it. Lord Devour? Yi Qinghan was stunned, but he immediately understood what they were thinking. He pondered for a while and told Yi Ruoshui the whole story. He told them about how he obtained the divine skin in the barbaric mountain, and comprehended a profound mystery from it. Then he refined the pure energy from the divine skin, and the energy from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body to reach the peak of the Emperor tier. Of course, in the end, because he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, he suddenly entered the soul silent state, and comprehended the profound mystery of space wave. He didn't tell them in detail and just vaguely explained it. Moreover, he didn't tell them about how he obtained the Carefree Pavilion, and the beach raindrops painting in the Carefree Pavilion. He also didn't tell them about killing Tu Qianjun in the barbaric mountain. He subconsciously wanted to keep some things a secret. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Ruoshui. Perhaps it was the selfish nature of humans. The sudden increase in Yi Qinghan's strength could be said to have been achieved with the help of many treasures. The Li Xiang beast's divine skin and Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body allowed him to break through to the peak of the Emperor tier. The beach raindrops painting and the soul silence state allowed him to comprehend the profound mystery of space wave. Of course, Yi Qinghan was a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't entered the soul silent state before. In fact, he had done so many times at the Fallen God Mountain. However, it seemed like he had improved even more this time. He had asked Yu Qingqing about this before, but she only knew a little about it and wasn't very clear. It's definitely the soul silent state. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but Yu Shishui was certain of this after investigating Yu Qingqing's situation and listening to her bashful recount of what had happened that day. Little Qingqing, show me the method power you've comprehended. Yu Shishui suddenly thought of something, and her expression became extremely excited. She had predicted that something amazing would happen when Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinghan intercourse for the first time. However, she hadn't expected that the outcome would be far beyond her expectations. Yu Qingqing had entered the soul silent state, and she had suddenly comprehended a strange profound mystery. She hadn't just comprehended it, but had completely comprehended it. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the Emperor tier, and her soul had also become much stronger. If this wasn't the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had mentioned, there was no way to explain it. I'll go get the zither. Yu Qingqing nodded. The two of them were currently on the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop. Yu Qingqing walked into her room, holding a black zither in her hands. She sat down cross-legged on the rooftop and began to play. Clang clang. A melodious and beautiful sound began to ring out from the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, spreading throughout the entire Yi family castle. There was nothing wrong with the sound of the zither. It was just an ordinary lyrical song, high mountains and flowing water. The problem lay in the person who heard it. A pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Yu Shishui's face. Her limpid eyes were filled with a strange light. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu, who were drinking tea in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, both had a look of confusion in their eyes. Then, they began to immerse themselves in the melodious sound of the zither. The guards and servants who had just returned to the Yi family castle all stopped what they were doing. A look of confusion flashed across their eyes as they stood there in a daze. After the song ended, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu continued to drink tea. However, Yi Qingyu frowned in confusion. The people of the East Courtyard acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to busy themselves with their own affairs. Good, very good, very good. Yu Shishui said the word good 3 times in a row. Her face was glowing with excitement. Congratulations, little Qingcheng. You've actually comprehended the legendary divine sound law technique. This is too inconceivable. You are the second genius to appear on the continent after Yi Qinghan in the last few thousand years. You are the undisputed second genius. Chapter 379. Divine Sound Law? Yu Qingcheng stared at Yu Shishui in astonishment. She had been trying to figure out what kind of method power she had comprehended over the past few days. Even when Yi Qinghan asked her, she only told him that she had a slight breakthrough because she wasn't sure. Now that he heard Yu Shishui's explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned. Patriarch, didn't you say that the law of the heavens and earth only consisted of paramount laws and elemental laws? What category did the divine sound law belong to? He's more powerful than supreme laws? Wrong. The divine sound law did not belong to either of the two. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's recorded in the grimoire left behind by the Moon Queen before she went to the God realm. She said that there are actually some rare laws in the world, special laws. Without great opportunities and great comprehension abilities, it's impossible for people to comprehend them. However, once one comprehends them and steps into the divine level, the laws would be freakish. The Moon Queen continued to explain excitedly. When you were playing the guqin just now, even Yi Qingyu, a sage, fell into a daze. I reckon that this law of yours belongs to the soul category, and can confuse the enemy's soul. Little Qingcheng, walk down the path of the law. Who knows, you might become the second Yi Qinghan. I look forward to your future achievements. So powerful? Yu Qingcheng's mood was also slightly excited. Originally, she simply liked to play the zither, and had played the zither in the Yu clan for more than 10 years. When Yi Qinghan fell into the God-slaying mountain, she also relied on playing the zither to relieve the depression and loneliness in her heart. Finally, in the deep state of soul silence, she also heard a very wonderful song. He did not expect that he had actually comprehended the divine sound law, which was a soul-type technique. All of this seemed to be the will of the heavens, and everything seemed to have a cycle of karma. Nodding her head, she smiled. Qingcheng will definitely continue walking down this path because Qingcheng truly loves music. Being able to enjoy music while cultivating at the same time, this is Qingcheng's great fortune. Yu Shishui gave Yu Qingcheng a gratified smile, then gave her a few more instructions before teleporting back to Tranquil Lake Island. Ancestor, I forgot to ask. How can I become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain? After speaking with Yi Ruoshui, Yi Qinghan prepared to return to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he had agreed to become a deity, he had to figure out what this mission was all about. I'm not too sure myself. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the God realm to find out. Oh right. When you have time, you should ask Master Devour. She's such a powerful existence. I'm sure she knows. Yi Ruoshui revealed a trace of embarrassment. They had asked Yi Qinghan to work hard to become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain, but in fact, they did not know how to achieve it. After all, none of them had been to the God realm, and none of those who had gone to the God realm had returned. By the way, why did you hide your identity that day? Do you have any difficulties? Yi Ruoshui suddenly thought of a problem and asked with some doubt. This Sai ancestor, I have been hiding something from you. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Ruoshui had managed to find the answer. Furthermore, he needed Yi Ruoshui and the rest to help him conceal his strength. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and say, in the Savage Mountain Range, I killed 2 Qianjun. If I don't conceal my strength, the Massacre God Guards will definitely sense it. They will suspect that I obtained the divine skin. If they investigate, they will definitely suspect that I killed 2 Qianjun and find trouble with me. I'm not afraid of him now, but I'm afraid that he will ask the Divine Master to take action. When that time comes, it will be very troublesome. What? You killed 2 Qianjun? The massacre god guards had been secretly investigating Tu Qianjuan's death and did not publicize it. Therefore, Yi Ruoshui had not received any news. Now that she heard it, she was shocked. This matter could be big or small. If the Divine Master Butcher did not take action, it would be a small matter. However, if the Divine Master Butcher took action, it would be a disaster for the Yi family. The Divine Master Butcher had the Overlord's will. In the continent, besides Lord Devour, no one could match him. If he wanted to deal with the Yi family, unless Lord Devour protected the Yi family would only face destruction. However, would Lord Devour protect the Yi family? Even Yi Qinghan did not like to care about her. How could you expect her to care about the survival of the Yi family? You are too rash. This is troublesome. This matter might cause the Yi family to suffer the fate of being exterminated. Sigh. Yi Ruoshui's white brows suddenly rose, and her eyes flickered nonstop. Yi Qinghan was not very clear about the experts and methods of the God City. However, Yi Ruoshui was very clear that the soul slaves were everywhere in the continent. This matter would definitely be exposed. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased, it would definitely arouse the massacre god guard's suspicions. Furthermore, it seemed like Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a deep grudge in the past. In that case, they would have a motive to kill. Once the truth was revealed, and Yi Qinghan was still in possession of the godly sword, God Master Tu would definitely kill Yi Qinghan and wipe out the Yi family at the same time. Tu Qianjun wanted to kill me in the barbaric mountains. I had no choice but to kill him and all his subordinates. I can't possibly wait to be killed by him, right? Yi Qinghan did not think too much and did not expect the matter to be so serious. He spread out his hands and said innocently, "Since it has come to this, there is no other way. I will arrange for people to seal off the news. We will hide it for as long as we can. Everything will depend on the will of the heavens. You leave immediately. Take Yi Qingyu and the others and leave immediately. Go to the Dark Forest or the Purple Island. Leave overnight. Don't go back to Tsang City until you reach the god level." Yi Ruoshui pondered for a while and suddenly made a decision. What? Is it so serious? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He had already thought of the matter as serious as it could be. He did not expect that it would reach the point where he had to leave immediately and go to the Dark Forest or Purple Island to avoid the disaster. He could not accept it for a moment. His expression became serious. This is called being careful is the parent of safety. Let me ask you a question. Is the real godly sword with you? Yi Ruoshui's expression became cold. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was hesitant to answer, she sighed and said, "Don't deny it. I don't want it from you. Think about it. If even I can guess that the godly sword is with you, then many god-level experts on this continent must have guessed it too. You went to the god-slaying mountain for 5 years and finally came out so easily. Moreover, your strength has skyrocketed. Most importantly, you have that strange weapon of yours. It would be strange if people did not suspect you. If it were not for the arrival of the foreign races, I'm afraid that someone would have already made a move on you. Now that the matter of you in Song City has been exposed, many people will definitely suspect that you are the black-robed man. Then, the fact that you killed Tu Qianjun will definitely surface. After all, you have a direct grudge against him, and have a motive to kill him. Since you could obtain the godly skin under the divine beast, then you also have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. As long as the divine city is sure that you killed Tu Qianjun, then the Divine Master too will have a reason to openly attack you. He will definitely use the excuse of avenging Tu Qianjun to kill you, and take the godly sword. If you continue to stay in the Yi family, there will only be 2 results. First, you are likely to be slaughtered to death. Second, you are likely to implicate the Yi family and lead to the destruction of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and only came back to his senses after a long while. However, his face turned bitter. Yi Ruoshui's analysis was correct. He had thought things too simply. He began to lament his bitter fate. His strength had just greatly improved, and he had helped the House of Ares kill countless foreign races. It was fine if he could not become famous. Now it seemed that he couldn't even bring his wives to live a comfortable life. His life was really king lonely like the snow. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and made a decision. Then let's go to the Purple Island. Going to the dark forest feels like begging. I don't like the days of living under someone else's roof. Chapter 380. All right. You pack up and say goodbye to Sky Dragon. Tell me when you are ready. I will take you there immediately. Yi Ruoshui actually hoped that Yi Qinghan would go to the Dark Castle. After all, Lord Devour would take care of him because of his relationship with Xiao He. However, the Purple Island was the safest place. Now that Yi Qinghan had made up his mind, she couldn't say anything else. Don't. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't feel so conflicted. His face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he waved his hand and said, You can't take me there. Not only can you not take me there, but you have to wait until I reach Xidao. You have to ask the family to put up a notice to expel me from the Yi family forever. You have to tell the world that I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. The Yi family won't be responsible for my behavior. All right. How are you going to get there? The Purple Island is in the east of the Hidden Island. It was Yi Qinghan who had asked the Yi family to expel him. Yi Ruoshui was also an ambitious person. She was a little surprised, but she didn't hesitate much. Since Yi Qinghan had asked, it didn't matter anymore. As long as the Yi family recognized Yi Qinghan, it was fine. They could just let him return to the family in the future. Hehe, I have my own way. You don't have to worry about my safety. Did you forget how I disappeared a few days ago? Yi Qinghan laughed but didn't point it out. After all, old Lu didn't want too many people to know about his existence. As for his safety, he wasn't really worried. As long as he controlled the Freedom Ring and opened the door to enter the Freedom Pavilion, he would enter an independent space. Once he entered, the door would disappear. Why would he be afraid of the Divine Lord? This time, he went to the Purple Island because he was afraid that Yi Qingyu and the other two would be bored staying in the Freedom Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't even want to go to the Purple Island. He would just cultivate in the Freedom Pavilion. Patriarch, please take me to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. In the future, you must take care of yourself. Finally, Yi Qinghan dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times in front of Yi Ruoshui. Well, don't worry too much. Maybe things won't be so pessimistic. Moreover, I can often take people to the Z Island to see you. Yi Ruoshui looked at Yi Qinghan with guilt. She held him up with her hands and her eyes were slightly moist. This child was only 21 years old. Yet he had already experienced so many hardships. Now he had to face even greater challenges, as well as his thin and weak shoulders. Yet he still had to shoulder such a heavy burden. Although it was said that capable people should do more work, if possible, he would rather bear all the hardships and burdens himself. Between men, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Yi Ruoshui and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. They nodded and smiled at the same time. Then, Yi Ruoshui teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion with Yi Qinghan. After bidding farewell to Yi Ruoshui, Yi Qinghan walked into the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. He looked around with nostalgia. Yi Qinghan teleported to the backyard. Yi Qingyu and the others were drinking tea and enjoying the afternoon sunshine. Brother! Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan's appearance. She stood up and shouted happily. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu also put down their cups and stood up with a smile. Hello, 3 beauties. Can I ask you a question? Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously. He extended his hand and said to the 3 beauties in a serious manner. 3 beauties, are you willing to accompany me to travel the world? Travel the world? The 3 looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at him in confusion and waited for his explanation. I will explain the specific reason later. Right now, I can only tell you clearly. I am all alone now. I can no longer stay in this Yi family. I am going to travel the world. May I ask if you are willing to come with me? You have to think about it carefully. Maybe you won't be able to return for 8 to 10 years. Or maybe, you won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 of them with guilt. He was lucky enough to marry 3 beauties. Yet he couldn't give them a stable life. Now he had to wander from place to place. He was a failure as a man. I will go wherever you go, brother. Yi Qingyu said without hesitation. To her, Wherever Yi Qinghan was, that was her home. Traveling the world is not bad. I am willing to go to the ends of the earth with you. The 4 seas are my home. Yu Qingqing smiled sweetly. The days without Yi Qinghan by her side were too difficult. She didn't want to continue playing the zither alone by the tranquil lake. I will go with you too. But can I really not come back? Yi Qingwu's voice was resolute, but her face was a little bitter. Anyway, if she couldn't come back in this lifetime, she couldn't show her filial piety to her grandfather. What if her grandfather didn't come back after he passed away? She would hate herself for the rest of her life. Good. That's my Yi Qinghan's woman. Actually, I found that. I don't have anything in this world except for you and Xiao He. But it's enough. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile. It was a bright, and contented smile. His eyes shot out a beam of light. His heroic spirit burst out as he said word by word, "Don't worry. I will try my best to bring you back to the Fire Dragon continent as soon as possible. At the same time, I will try my best to make you happy for the rest of your lives." Then, Yi Qinghan touched the carefree ring, and 2 jade boxes appeared in his hand. He gave them to Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, smiling. "This is Lord Devour's wedding gift for you. These are 2 peak Heavenly God Realm divine crystals. You should refine them. After that, the 3 of you will reach the peak Heavenly God Realm." Divine crystals? The 2 of them were startled and nearly lost their grip on the jade box, causing it to drop. They knew about this because Yi Qingyu had been refining the divine crystal. At this moment, her cultivation level was even higher than Yi Qinghan's, and it was said that in a few years, she would become a deity. This item was priceless. Haha, I Yi Qingwu can become a God Realm expert one day. And a peak Heavenly God Realm expert at that. Yi Qingwu couldn't bear to part with the jade boxes. In fact, she was a little jealous of Yi Qingyu. The reason why she worked so hard was that she didn't want to fall behind Yi Qingyu's strength. She didn't want to be neglected by Yi Qinghan. It was a kind of sour grapes subconsciously. After refining the divine crystals, can I continue to comprehend the original principles? Yu Qingqing didn't show much joy. Instead, she asked a strange question. This? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Seeing Yu Qingqing asking seriously, he sent a voice transmission to old Lu. After a while he shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, you can't. After refining the divine crystal, you can only comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal. You can't cultivate the original nomological laws." "Oh. In that case, I don't want this divine crystal anymore. You can give it to someone else." Yu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then, she smiled and felt relieved. She casually threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan, as if she was throwing a toy. "Why?" Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu exchanged looks. They blinked in disbelief and asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan touched Yu Qingqing's forehead to see if she had caught a cold. What was this? It was a divine crystal that could help her enter the God realm easily. Yu Qingqing hesitated for a while before rejecting it. If Yi Qinghan hadn't promised Lord Devour not to refine the divine crystal to become a god, he would have refined it himself. "There's no reason. I like the heaven and earth principles I cultivate. I don't want to change them. Qinghan, I know what I want. Don't worry about me." Yu Qingqing nodded resolutely. The divine sound law principle she cultivated was her hobby. She didn't want to give up her hobby. It was that simple. "All right. Since you're so sure, I'll give this divine crystal to my grandfather, so that the Yi clan can have one more guardian deity." Yi Qinghan didn't insist. He took the divine crystal back and prepared to give it to Yi Tianlong. The Yi family would have one more God realm guardian. It would be a reward for the Yi family for raising him for so many years. After making his decision, he suddenly felt relaxed. Looking around, he finally raised his hands high and revealed a brilliant smile. He said to the 3 of them, "Xiao Yu and Qingqing, go pack up your things. Xiao Wu and I will go say goodbye to my grandfathers. After that, let's go roam the world with everyone." Chapter 381. In the mountains behind the Yi family, Yi Tianlong and the other 2 were sitting in a circle in the attic, drinking tea and chatting. Although all 3 of them were injured, they were clearly in good spirits. Clan leader, You have to work hard on your cultivation and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Get that little girl from the Yu family to join the Yi family. When the time comes, all 3 generations of the Yu family saintesses will fall under your spears. Yi Qingniu drank a mouthful of tea, his slightly puffed-up eyes looking docile and wretched. He looked askance at Yi Tianlong and chuckled. Qingniu, you're already an old man. Why can't you be more serious? Your granddaughter is already married, and when the time comes, you'll be carrying great-grandchildren, but you're still like this. Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingniu, but when he saw his docile expression, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Then he let out a long sigh. Become a god? That's easier said than done. It's not like you don't know that cultivation is at its peak before the age of 50. After that, all aspects begin to decline. I am powerless even though I want to. That's right. Yi Baihu also sighed faintly. The 3 of us broke through to the Saint Realm 20 years ago, but now we're still at the 2nd tier. This road to godhood is too difficult. Seeing little Han and little Yu's strength soar and almost catch up to us, I feel my old face heating up. What else can we do? On this road of cultivation, the younger one is and the higher one's tier is, the higher the chance of becoming a god. But has there ever been a person on the continent who could reach little Han's tier at such a young age? When our ancestor broke through to the Saint Realm, he was in his 30s, right? I say, don't think too much about it. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. In any case, I've already accepted it. I've played what I wanted to play and enjoyed what I wanted to enjoy, so I have no regrets. Whether or not we can take this last step depends on the will of the heavens. At least we've tried our best, so we won't have any regrets before we enter the grave, right? Yi Qingniu had a carefree personality, and he spoke without any scruples. He was very open-minded about some things. Well said. Who cares about him? What's fated can't run away, and what's not fated can't be forced. I still have a few decades of lifespan left, so let's fight one last time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's rigid and resolute face. Yi Qingniu had no regrets, but he did. It was just that he had never been good at expressing it. Yu Shishui had always been a wound in his heart that could never be healed. Xiao. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. The 3 of them stopped talking at the same time, and stood up with smiles on their faces as they walked towards the door. Yi Qinghan greets the 3 grandfathers. It was Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu. Yi Qinghan brought her all the way here, and landed in front of the attic. Yi Qinghan smiled and bowed. Greetings to the 3 grandfathers. Grandpa, why are you so hurt? Is it serious? Yi Qinggu was just about to bow when she saw that Yi Qingniu's entire body was wrapped in white cloth. Her pretty face immediately paled in fright, and she hurriedly threw herself at Yi Qingniu, inspecting him from head to toe in worry. Girl, what are you making a fuss about? You're already married, so why are you still so unsteady? As a cultivator, getting injured is a common occurrence. What's so strange about that? Who is your grandfather? He's a saint expert, so he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Yi Qingniu's eyes bulged as he pretended to reprimand her, but there was a benevolent look in his eyes. He obviously didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu and Yi Qinghan. Grandpa Qingniu, these are 10 bottles of peerless healing medicine. Apply them on your injuries, and they'll be fine in a day. Yi Qinghan was already prepared, and he asked for 10 bottles of healing medicine from the immortal realm from Elder Lu and handed them over. He knew that if Yi Qinggu saw Yi Qingniu's injuries, she would probably be extremely worried, and she would probably make a fuss about staying for a few more days. Grandpa, quickly go in, I'll apply it for you. Yi Qinggu took the bottles. Thinking about how she was about to leave, tears welled up in her eyes, and she supported Yi Qingniu as they walked in. After busying herself, the healing medicine was indeed miraculous. Once it was applied, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Yi Qinghan's insistence, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu helplessly applied the medicine as well. Finally, the 3 elders returned to the main hall. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qinggu to accompany the 3 of them, and he didn't explain much. Instead, he directly teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion and brought Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu with him. Bang! At Yi Qinghan's signal, the four of them knelt in front of the three elders and performed the most solemn ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows in the entire continent. The three elders were baffled, and Yi Qinggu was a complete mess of tears. Yi Qingniu was so anxious that he almost went berserk. Grandpas, Qinghan will take them far away from Tsang City in a while. After this trip, I don't know when I'll be able to return to fulfill my filial duties to the three of you. Don't be in a hurry to ask. Wait for me to finish speaking. This is something that the old ancestor and I have decided on together. As for the reason, the old ancestor will tell you. After we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I hope the 3 grandpas will take good care of yourselves. Of course, if the 3 grandpas have the time, you can come to Purple Island to see me. I will also do my best to return to Tsang City as soon as possible. The corners of Yi Qinghan's eyes were also brimming with tears. Although he had rarely seen the 3 elders in the first 15 years of his life, they had always treated him very well after he left the infatuation garden. Especially before he was trapped in the god-slaying mountain, Yi Qingniu and Yi Tianlong's angry roar made him feel their sincere love for him. Of course, this might have something to do with the sudden increase in his strength, but at least from that moment on he began to accept these 3 people. This is a peak heavenly god divine crystal. You can choose one person to refine it. This is my gift to you before you leave. After saying this, Yi Qinghan took out a green jade box and handed it to Yi Tianlong. Then together with the 3 of them, he kowtowed heavily. In the end he took the muddle-headed Yi Qinggu with him, forcefully suppressing the grief in his heart, and resolutely turned around and left. Yi Qinghan knew that he had to cut the Gordian knot, or else he might not be able to leave for a few days. This patriarch, what's going on? Yi Qingniu wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Yi Tianlong. His eyes bulged and he stamped the ground heavily, his face full of irritation as he roared. What's the hurry, Qingniu? Didn't you hear little Han say that we can go to Purple Island to see them in the future? I've already sent a message to the old ancestor. Let's wait for him to come before we ask him. Hey, what happened? It's so serious that we have to go to Purple Island to seek refuge? Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingniu, as if blaming him for not being able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Yi Baihu was still shocked by the peak heavenly god divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given to the Yi family. The 2 of them were roused by Yi Tianlong's words. Yi Qinghan's strength had just improved greatly, and he had resolved a great crisis for the House of Aries. Now he had to leave in a hurry. Moreover, the 3 of them simultaneously thought of Yi Qinghan's strange appearance and deliberately altered voice when he was killing the outsiders. Could it be that he had encountered some great trouble, that even the Yi family couldn't protect him? Because he killed Tu Qianjun, so he must leave. Otherwise the Yi family will be finished. At this moment, Yi Ruoshui suddenly teleported over. She let out a deep sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Pass down my order. Seal up the outside of Tiansong City. Anyone who talks about this matter will be expelled from the Yi family. Those who are serious will be killed on the spot." A moment later, a luxurious carriage without any insignia quietly left from the east gate of Tiansong City, leaving behind a trail of dust. Chapter 382. Recently, something strange had happened in the House of Aries. It was so strange that people were a little scared. All the experts who had participated in the great battle in Song City a few days ago, and survived the calamity, received the highest level order from the Divine Battle Abode. It meant that they were forbidden to talk about the giant face and the black-cloaked man who had spread the news of that battle. Moreover, it was even more serious this time. The House of Aries had directly issued a war god blood order, saying that this matter was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Anyone who talked about it would be killed without mercy. Last time in Song City, perhaps all the experts were suspicious. But this time they were obviously frightened. This matter was obviously very serious. It was so serious that it was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Who dared to talk about it? Many people had secretly talked about it with others. They hurried to clean up their messes. Others wanted to bury this matter in their stomachs. Obviously, Yi Ruoshui's 2 muting spells had played a big role. Although all the God Realm experts on the continent had used their soul consciousness to check occasionally during that battle, they were afraid of enraging Jin Qi. However, because he was afraid of angering Jin Qi, he didn't dare to spread his divine sense to the center of the battlefield. Later, after the giant face appeared, he didn't even dare to investigate from afar. Only after the battle was over, when the giant face and the alien tribes had disappeared, did they dare to spread their soul consciousness. But they found that the alien tribes had all disappeared. However, at that moment, it was obvious that they all thought that Lord Devour had killed or driven away the alien tribes. That was how this world-ending crisis had ended. While the barbarian god mansion's hidden island was secretly happy, they began to inquire about what had happened. While the demon god mansion's divine city was cursing, they also began to inquire about what had happened that day. Yi Ruoshui's first message was effective. That night, many soul consciousness had locked on the Emperor Realm warriors on the Tsang City's square. But no one talked about it afterward. They only heard that a black-cloaked expert had saved the House of Ares. This half-understanding made them even more curious. Hence, the spies of the House of Ares, who had been bribed in 2 prefectures, 1 city and 1 island, began to investigate everywhere. They wanted to get to the bottom of what had happened that day. Otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable if they were hung up on one thing. However, under the second gag order from the House of Ares, they did not manage to obtain any concrete information. This was even more incredible. The various powers hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but now that the House of Ares had issued a few gag orders, they understood this matter so well that not a single hint of it leaked out. No one would believe that there was no secret hidden in this. Therefore, the entire House of Ares appeared calm on the surface, but under the surface, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. Although the gag order had been issued twice, it was obvious that there were still people who dared to go against the rules of the House of Ares and whisper to each other. For example, Yi Jian had the guts to do so. Yi Jian had always been a snobbish person. When he was young, his talent was average, and he was suppressed by Yi Dao for decades. However, he had always endured. That time, Yi Dao stubbornly went to the god-slaying mountain. He thought it was an opportunity, so he made a decisive move. In the end he won, and Yi Dao died. Under his careful management, the first branch controlled the Yi family and the south of the House of Ares. However, 6 years ago, Yi Dao's son suddenly became extremely powerful. During the battle in the Garden of Enchantment, Yi Tianlong was lured out. In the end, Yi Qingquang was crippled, and he was imprisoned. The second branch once again suppressed the first branch. He did not give up and continued to endure. In the back mountain, because there were no mundane matters to deal with, he had plenty of time. Coupled with his stubborn personality, he was lucky enough to break through to the Saint Realm and return. However, he thought he could revive the first branch, regain power, and restore his former glory and dignity. However, he realized that the sky in Song City seemed to have changed. Yi Qinghan became the young clan head, and his position was firmly above him. Furthermore, the family did not confer him the position of heavenly elder, and he did not even have the position of an elder with actual power. Furthermore, his son did not have a soul seed planted in him. Alright, continue to endure. That day, when that black-robed man appeared and instantly killed a group of peak sages, and he confirmed the identity of that black-robed man from Yi Chang, he knew that he could not endure anymore. He decided to make a move. Are you sure that Tu Qianjun died in the barbaric mountains? In the study, Yi Jian carefully released his sage domain. At the same time, he carefully communicated with Yi Qingquang via voice transmission. Through the information he had gathered over the past few days, he felt that he was about to touch the core of this secret. Father, this is the biggest matter before the divine city's foreign races descended. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards even gave a condition. Whoever finds the murderer must immediately remove the soul seed in his body. How can I remember such a big matter wrongly? Yi Qingquang had just returned to the Yi family castle when he was summoned by Yi Jian. He thought that something big had happened. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian asked about something that he had reported to Yi Jian previously. After hearing Yi Qingquang's confirmation, Yi Jian was silent for a long time. His expression kept changing, and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. After combining all the information, he had a general understanding of the matter. He started to hesitate and pace back and forth. Just like how he had decided to sell Yi Dao's information to the demon race more than 10 years ago. This was a gamble, but the risks and benefits were equal. You guys are pushing me too far. Don't blame me. Anyway, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After being silent for an hour, Yi Jian finally revealed a ruthless expression and muttered to himself. Then he turned his head and transmitted a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang, who was at a loss. I will arrange for you to leave Tsang City in a few days. After that, you will make a secret trip to the Divine City. Why would I go to the Divine City? Yi Qingquang was shocked. He couldn't avoid that place in time, so how would he dare to go alone? After all, a soul slave might be killed if he went to the Divine City without permission. Fool, you! Go see the god-slaying guards and tell them about Tu Qianjuan's murderer. Ask them to remove the soul seed for you. Then help me pass on a few words. Yi Jian stood up and started to transmit a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang in detail. After listening, Yi Qingquang was instantly filled with excitement. His father's plan was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, after a while he suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, Lord Father, this plan is good, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will implicate the Yi family. If the Yi family is destroyed, we won't be able to escape death as well. Fool, how long do you think you can hide this matter? Anyway, you will find out in the end. I might as well let you remove the soul seed. Yi Jian was very dissatisfied with his son's intelligence and scolded him. With a gloomy expression he continued. In a few days, when you are about to reach the Divine City, I will meet the elder ancestor and tell him the truth. I will banish Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be destroyed in his hands. Yes. Lord Father is still smart. In a few days, I will secretly go to the Divine City. Yi Qinghan, you're dead this time. Haha. Yi Qingquang suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. However, when he opened his mouth, he felt that it was not the right time to laugh. Looking at Yi Jian's cold gaze, he hurriedly touched his nose in embarrassment and prepared to leave. Remember, keep it a secret. After you deliver the letter, don't come back for a while. After a period of time, I will send your 2 younger brothers away. If the Yi family is really destroyed because of Yi Qinghan, at least there will be some seeds left. Yi Jian waved his hand and let Yi Qingquang leave. However, he stared blankly out of the window. More than 10 years ago, he had made a bet and he won in the end. This time he didn't know what the final outcome would be. Perhaps he would live. Perhaps he would die. Perhaps he would be rich and powerful. Perhaps his soul would be sent to the Western paradise. He didn't care anymore, because he thought that he couldn't endure this kind of life anymore. Chapter 383. A few days later, a special carriage arrived at Black Tortoise City, a large city to the east of the House of Aries. Black Tortoise City was one of the 100 major cities of the House of Aries. It was one of the affiliated cities of the Hua family, and was not far from Luohua City. The city was jointly managed by 3 famous families of the House of Aries. As the House of Aries had not been very peaceful recently, the city gates were filled with guards who were there to inspect the city. Stop the carriage and inspect. Sima Xingjie was a disciple of the Sima family, one of the 3 major families of Black Tortoise City. Today it was his turn to guard the city gates. Suddenly, he noticed that a carriage was heading straight into the city, with no intention of stopping. Furthermore, he noticed that the carriage was unusually luxurious, but there was no sign of a major family on it. Sima Xingjie smirked and realized that this was his chance to make a fortune. He hurriedly stood up and led his men to surround the carriage. My lords, I am from the Big Bird Carriage Company. The young master in the carriage is our boss's esteemed guest. Please do not inspect him. The coachman was an old man. He seemed to be a frequent traveler and knew the rules. He extended his hand and handed over a small bag of crystal coins. He said with a smile, My apologies, the rules have been a little strict recently, so I have to inspect him. Sima Xingjie glanced at the small bag of crystal coins, and his expression became even more serious. However, his hands did not move an inch. The invasion of the mutated tribes had caused them a lot of trouble for a long time. It was not easy for them to meet such a troublemaker, and they wanted to dismiss him with just this. Whoosh! The old coachman wanted to say something else, but just as Sima Xingjie was about to pretend to open the curtains to inspect the carriage, a purple unknown object suddenly flew out from the carriage and headed straight for Sima Xingjie's head. Sima Xingjie was shocked. Fortunately, the speed of the hidden weapon was not fast. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and quickly grabbed at the purple hidden weapon. Finally, just as the hidden weapon was about to reach his head, he successfully clamped it between his 2 fingers. Beautiful. Good. Lord Jie, you have actually cultivated the chasing stars and moon technique to such a superb level? Impressive, impressive. Sima's business showed off a little, and the team members beside him all cheered and flattered him. Sima Xingjie raised his head slightly proudly, as if he was very satisfied with his reaction just now. Originally, he wanted to throw away the hidden weapon in his hand, but he saw the familiar purple color on his finger, and the familiar pattern engraved on it. After rolling his eyes a few times, his expression suddenly changed. He furiously waved his sleeve and put the purple crystal coin in his hand into his sleeve without leaving a trace. He then looked coldly at the carriage and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao. Another purple concealed weapon shot straight towards Sima Xingjie's head. Seeing this, Sima Xingjie's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and grabbed the hidden weapon with one hand, then put it back into his sleeve. His expression became even more furious as he shouted coldly, "Your hidden weapon skills don't seem to be very good. Today, if you can defeat me with hidden weapons, I'll make an exception and let you enter the city." Swish, swish, swish. The people in the carriage didn't hold back and actually shot out countless purple hidden weapons, aiming for the vital parts of Sima Xingjie's body. Sima Xingjie's eyes suddenly widened, and his battle aura surged. This time, he used both his hands at the same time, continuously flashing in the air and grabbing the purple hidden weapons one by one. He even bit one hidden weapon with his mouth. In the end, because there were too many hidden weapons, he was hit in the chest by one hidden weapon. He staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. You win. Move aside. Let them enter the city." Sima Xingjie didn't care about his pathetic appearance on the ground. He quickly put the purple hidden weapon in his chest into his sleeve, then shouted at the carriage with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to move aside. "Hee, young master, this person is too boring. I still want to continue smashing him." The carriage sped towards the city gate, leaving behind a silvery young woman's voice. "Sir Jia, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sir, why did you let them enter the city? You should have sent a signal to the clan to capture them." The moment the carriage entered the city, the group of guards hurriedly came over to support Sima Xingjie, their faces full of concern and anger. "Hee, what do you know?" Sima Xingjie immediately stood up. He looked at the back of the carriage at the city gate and revealed a sinister smile. Then he reached into his sleeve with his left hand. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he opened his palm, revealing a dazzling purple light. It was more than 10 purple crystal coins. The dozen or so guards surrounding Sima Xingjie suddenly became dumbfounded when they saw the dazzling purple light. This was more than 1,000 crystal coins. It was enough to spend in the best brothel in Xianwu City for a year. Who was inside the carriage? They actually used purple crystal coins to smash people? Even the #1 young master of the east of the House of Aries would not dare to do such a thing. And it seemed that the woman just said that she hadn't smashed enough. The carriage traveled on a flat street. A young master was lazily reclining on a soft chair in the carriage. Sitting next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a pair of beautiful little hands, and she was pushing a fruit apart before splitting it into a small portion and sending it to the young man's mouth. "How is it? Little peach blossom. How did you feel when you smashed people with purple crystal coins? Was it very satisfying?" The young master opened his mouth and bit the fruit. At the same time, he quickly kissed the beautiful woman's beautiful little hand and said with a smile, It's not fun at all. I thought he would be able to last a few more times. I didn't expect him to be so fast. I haven't gotten addicted yet. This person's character is not that good." The woman called Little Peach Blossom rolled her eyes. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled coquettishly. "Haha, You are a lady from a prestigious family. You don't know how expensive rice is. Thinking back to when I was in Barbarian City, I went into the mountains to hunt magical beasts for a few dozen crystal coins. I almost died a few times. You have already spent more than 1,000 crystal coins, and he still doesn't stop. In the end, you won't even have a single crystal coin left. Bad character? There are too few people with good character in this world. They often seem to be very loyal, but in fact, they feel that their betrayal is not enough. The young master looked at the woman who was acting coquettishly and laughed. He pulled the woman to sit in his arms and started to grope her wantonly. That's right. These were Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng, who had left Song City for the Purple Island. After Yi Qinghan left the mountain behind the Yi family castle, he directly hired a luxurious carriage in Song City and rushed to the east. Because of the existence of the Carefree Ring, Yi Qinghan didn't ask Elder Lu to teleport them to the Purple Island directly. After all, Elder Lu's appearance and teleportation would be exposed. If he asked Elder Lu for help, it would be a request. He still had 2 chances to attack, and he didn't want to waste them. Moreover, he had the Carefree Ring. He could ask Elder Lu to release a wisp of divine sense outside. As long as a god-level expert was investigating, he would know immediately. At that time, he could directly open the door to the Carefree Pavilion and enter. The Carefree Pavilion was an independent parallel space refined by the Soul Emperor. As long as someone entered, the void door would disappear. Inside the Carefree Pavilion, even Lord Devour wouldn't be able to break the void to hurt him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to travel to the Purple Island slowly. After all, he didn't know when he would return. Young master, we have arrived at the Black Warrior City's commercial street. After a while, the carriage stopped abruptly. The old coachman called out in a soft voice. Yi Qinghan released Yu Qingcheng unwillingly. He stretched his body and said with a smile, "Hee, all right. I will bring Little Lotus and Little Rose out. Everyone, let's go for a stroll. We will buy half of the things in Black Warrior City. Then we will go to the Purple Island and rebuild the Cold Heart Pavilion. This brother is not short of money." Chapter 384. Yi Qinggu used the sadness of parting as motivation. After leaving Song City, she calmed herself down for half a day before entering the Chilling Heart Pavilion to ask Elder Lu to help her refine the divine crystal. Yi Qingyu also wanted to quickly comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal, so that she could become a god and help Yi Qinghan. Thus, she left Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng behind to cultivate in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan flashed into the Chilling Heart Pavilion and brought the 2 of them out after a short while. "What's wrong, little Han?" "Young master, I have only refined the divine crystal for a few days. I have just stabilized the energy in my body and sorted out the knowledge in my mind. Why did you call us out?" Yi Qinggu was still immersed in the shock of the divine crystal. However, she was pulled out by Yi Qinghan. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and stretched her body in the carriage. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her heart skipped a beat. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything when she came out. Instead, she smiled and walked over to Yu Qingcheng. She held Yu Qingcheng's hand and listened to their conversation. "Little Rose, we are about to leave this place and go to the isolated island. Aren't you going to buy more clothes, utensils, and tools? Let me tell you, there isn't a single person in that place. Moreover, we will be staying there for at least 10 years. When we have no clothes to wear, are you going to run around naked?" Yi Qinghan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yi Qingwu's breasts. At the same time, he smiled mischievously as he hugged Yi Qingwu's voluptuous body. "Aya, you little scoundrel, you little pervert. If you don't stop, I'm going to scream." Yi Qingwu's breasts were suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan in front of Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingcheng. She was greatly shocked and embarrassed. She immediately slapped away that pair of big hands unceasingly. Only after he let go did she jump away from Yu Qingcheng's and Yi Qingyu's hands. She walked out of the carriage and said fiercely, "Little lotus flower, little peach blossom, let's go and spend all of this little rascal's money and make him a pauper. I want to buy 10 horse carriages worth of clothes." "Emph. Wait, put on the veil first." Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't think much of it. He handed over 3 veils from the carriage. At the same time, he picked up a bamboo hat and put it on, covering half of his face. After leaving Song City, Yi Qinghan decided to have some fun before going to Purple Island. Therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile. He changed the names of the 3 girls and asked them to call him Young Master. This was to avoid being recognized. Firstly, he was afraid of exposing his whereabouts and attracting the attention of the Divine City. Secondly, he was too famous now. It would not be fun if he was exposed. Young Master, miss. The 4 of them got off the carriage. When the coachman next to the carriage saw the 4 of them coming out, he quickly bowed slightly. This Big Bird Carriage Company was actually the secret intelligence system of the Yi family. Now it was led by Yi Shisan. He was one of them, so Yi Qinghan was very relieved. Well, we are going to buy some things. You go to the largest hotel in Xuanwu City, Suiwei Pavilion, book a few rooms and park the carriage there. After that, you take this and go to Luohua City to look for flowers and plants. Tell him to meet me at the hotel tonight. Yi Qinghan took out a black dagger from the Xiaoyao ring and handed it to the coachman. This was Yi Qinghan's personal weapon in the mansion battle. Flowers and plants used to be very envious, so they would definitely recognize it at a glance. Since he decided to go to Purple Island, he needed to cross the sea and go to Hidden Island first. Then he would go to Purple Island. However, Yi Qinghan had never been to the sea and was not familiar with the things in the sea. Naturally, he thought of the first young master flowers and plants in the east of the House of Aries. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, it would be easy for flowers and plants to arrange some boats and manpower for him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan prepared to spend the night in Xuanwu City, which was next to Luohua City. The coachman took the dagger and drove the carriage away. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls to the largest commercial street in Xuanwu City, East Cloud Street. This street was the most famous main street in Xuanwu City. There were countless shops of different sizes. Basically, all kinds of food, clothing, and other miscellaneous things could be bought here. Yi Qinghan was dressed in green. Although his body looked weak, he faintly revealed a trace of elegant temperament. And the 3 girls standing on the street were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling. Yu Qingqing was dressed in a peach-colored palace dress. Just by standing there quietly, she gave people the feeling that she was a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world, ethereal and ethereal. Yi Qinggu was dressed in a fiery red dress. After a few protests from Yi Qinghan, she did not wear revealing clothes like before. However, her fiery hot body and the 2 huge lumps in front of her chest could not be hidden no matter what. Yi Qingyu was dressed in white. Her soft and weak body gave off a delicate aura with every movement she made, causing others to feel pity for her. The 3 girls were just like the nicknames that Yi Qinghan had given them. One was as intoxicating as a peach blossom, one was as flirtatious as a rose, and one was as pure as a lotus. Although the 3 girls were covered with veils and their faces could not be seen, just looking at their bodies and temperament was enough to make people ecstatic. It was currently noon on East Cloud Street. People were coming and going, and the traffic was endless. It was very lively. However, when Yi Qinghan and the other 3 walked into the street, they immediately became the focus of the street. The 3 beautiful girls with different styles obviously shocked the passers-by on the street. It should be known that it was rare to see such fairy-like figures. But now 3 of them suddenly appeared. Most importantly, the center of the 3 girls was obviously the man wearing the bamboo hat. For a moment, all kinds of soft swallowing sounds, exclamations, discussions, and curses could be heard. All kinds of envious, intoxicated, greedy, and jealous gazes drifted over the 4 of them. In the end, the men's gazes stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was dressed in green, and they began to guess his identity. What kind of young master from a great family could have such amazing luck with women? And the girls on the street also stopped their gazes on Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to see Yi Qinghan's face clearly. What kind of man could make 3 girls fall in love with him? Just as the passers-by on the street were guessing the identities of the 4. The 4 of them turned into the first jewelry shop, then walked out after a while, and went into the second clothing shop. And the owner of the first shop suddenly walked out, his face full of excitement. At the same time, he quickly called for a carriage and began to move things out of the shop. They actually moved all the things out of the shop, an entire carriage. Then the 4 of them walked out of the second shop and continued on to the next one. Similarly, in the second shop, they rushed to the door with faces full of excitement, and began to loudly order the shop's employees to load all the clothes in the shop into a large carriage. When the four of them walked into the third shop, they casually glanced around, then threw a bag of purple crystal coins, and the shop owner began to load the goods excitedly. Only then did the countless people on the street come to their senses and understand what had happened. They all looked at the four of them in horror as they continued on to the next shop. The street was silent. Looking at the increasing number of carriages filled with goods following the four of them, their eyes became more and more astonished. What was going on? Were the four of them crazy? Or were the purple crystal coins of the mainland going to be useless soon? It was not as if they had never seen a shopping spree before. A few days ago, the number one young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Zhuaming, bought a large number of precious items on this East Cloud Street in order to win the favor of a lady. But young Master Sima paled in comparison to the four of them. What he did was called buying, but this was called clearing stock. He packed everything up and took it away. Without asking for the price, he just looked at the goods and threw a bag of purple crystal coins over. Although they did not know how much the goods in this shop were worth, seeing how the shop owner was grinning so widely that his teeth were about to fall off, they knew that he must have made a killing. Lunatic, lunatic. Prodigal, prodigal. Countless people began to curse in their hearts in shock. They hated this young master's crazy behavior to the core. He actually treated money like it was money. Wasn't this a clear slap to the faces of those who did not have money? At the same time, they secretly despised him. This person was even crazier than the young master of Black Tortoise City. In order to win the favor of a lady, he actually wanted to buy an entire street. How many purple crystal coins did he have to spend? What a complete prodigal, a hedonistic son of a rich family. Seeing the four of them continue to walk forward, countless people began to wake up. Many pedestrians who wanted to buy urgently rushed to the shops in front. If they continued to watch the show, the entire street would be cleared out. What else could they buy? Chapter 385. Alright, send these goods to the entrance of the biggest hotel in the city. Wait for me there. After more than an hour, Yi Qinghan looked at the dozen carriages behind him and nodded in satisfaction. He did not pay much attention to the envious and shocked expressions of the passers-by. Purple crystal coins? For someone of his realm and status, purple crystal coins were insignificant and dispensable. The Yi family and the Yu family were not short of money. His chilling heart pavilion had already cost a few 100,000 crystal coins. This time he might have to stay for a long time on Purple Island. He did not mind it as he had also stayed in dangerous conditions. But now he was bringing 3 beautiful women to stay for a long time. Naturally, he hoped that they could live comfortably. Not to mention this small amount of purple crystal coins, even if he had to sell his Saint Tool pig slaughtering knife, he would do it. What was the point of men working so hard for? In the end, wasn't it for the sake of his women and family? Purple crystal coins were king bastards. He could earn them again after using them. Seeing that they had bought everything they needed to buy, the purple crystal coins that the Yi family had given them were almost used up. Yi Qinghan asked for a carriage from the last shop owner, and brought the 3 of them to the largest inn in the city, leaving behind a street full of exclamations. The largest inn in Black Tortoise City was called Emerald Jade Residence. It was the property of the Sima family. It was very grand and luxurious. Yi Qinghan alighted from the carriage, and saw more than a dozen carriages waiting obediently at the entrance. He called for them to send them to the inn's backyard while he brought the 3 of them into the inn. After asking the inn owner, he learned that the carriage driver did not book a room for them. Instead, he booked a small courtyard in the backyard. He thought to himself that Yi Shisan's subordinates were sensible, and brought the 3 of them to the small courtyard to settle down. When they reached the small courtyard, they saw more than a dozen carriages already parked there. Yi Qinghan let the 3 of them rest in the room while he ordered the servants to leave. Then he placed all the items in the carriages into the free and unfettered pavilion. His treasury pavilion was filled to the brim. In the small garden he drank tea with the 3 women, and enjoyed the afternoon sunshine and spring breeze. After nightfall, Yi Qinghan estimated that flowers and plants should have arrived. He was about to ask people to set up a banquet. Unexpectedly, a melodious instrumental music came from the main building of Tsuewei Pavilion in front. attracting the attention of the four people. Good flute, good sound, good skill. This person's flute blowing skill is not bad at all. This Black Warrior City actually has such a sound expert? Yu Qingcheng was the first to react. A trace of splendor flashed past her pearl-like eyes as she praised. It's not bad. Although it's still a little worse than my little peach blossom, it's still commendable. Yi Qinghan often heard Yu Qingcheng play the zither. He had never eaten pork before, but he had seen many pigs run, so he had a good ear for this musical instrument. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were also listening attentively, Yi Qinghan smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and called a maid who was on standby at the gate of the courtyard to come in. Who is playing outside? Yi Qinghan pressed down his bamboo hat and asked lightly. Young master, this is Miss Ruyan's Eastern tour before she went into seclusion. Since she came to Black Warrior City, of course, she has to perform in our Tsuewe Pavilion. The maid lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look at anything, but when it came to Tsuewe Pavilion, she obviously raised her head a little proudly. Who is Ruyan? Yi Qinghan was not very familiar with the customs of the mainland. From what the maid said, it seemed that this person was very famous. But he had never heard of it, so he asked in surprise. It's actually Miss Ruyan, no wonder. Yu Qingcheng nodded lightly. Yi Qinghan didn't understand, but she was very clear about it. She slowly explained. Ruyan is one of the two great geisha popular in the House of Aries these years. I heard that she has a relationship with the Hua family, but the Hua family didn't admit it. The other one is called Yu Meng, a popular courtesan of the Moon House. You haven't been here these years, so of course you don't know. This Yu Meng, zither playing skill has reached the Grandmaster realm. And this Ruyan's flute skill is even more unparalleled in the world. Moreover, both of them were extremely beautiful. They are crazily sought after by the young masters of the mainland. Now that Ruyan is going to retire, it seems that she has a sweetheart, and is ready to marry into a rich family. Flute? I don't know what kind of unparalleled skill it is. Is it a white or black flute? Does it know the 9 heavens of ice and fire? At first, when Yi Qinghan heard that they were geisha, and one was even from the Moon House, of course, he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. But now he heard that Ruyan's flute skill was unparalleled. He couldn't help but have a trace of interest. He evilly smiled, and an evil scene appeared in his mind. Young master, this is Ruyan's secluded tour. Well, it's not easy to come across it. Do you want to go and take a look? It was very obvious that Yu Qingcheng was a bit more interested than Yi Qinghan. It seemed that she had met the same music master, and wanted to meet him. And Yi Qinggu also revealed an eager expression. She liked to join in the fun the most. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu didn't have any reaction. She just quietly looked at them. Well, go and prepare a private room for me and a banquet. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment. In any case, he had to wait for the flowers and plants to arrive. Waiting here was the same as waiting outside. Moreover, he really wanted to see this woman who was unparalleled in the world with her flute. After a while, the maid came again to report that everything was ready. Only then did the 4 people leisurely walk out of the small courtyard. They walked to the front of the main building. Under the guidance of the maid, they directly went up to the 3rd floor, and sat down in a small private room by the window. The hall was very spacious. There were dozens of small private rooms. The doors of these private rooms all faced a high platform in the middle of the hall. However, the door was hung with a bead curtain. This was a common decoration in the brothel of the continent. It not only didn't affect the performance on the high platform, but also prevented the scene inside the private room from being exposed. Young master, do you need Qingyi? The maid looked at Yu Qingcheng and the others. She was a bit bashful, but still asked according to the rules. What is Qingyi? Is this Qingyi fun? Yi Qinghan had never been to these places. The only time he went to the Moon House, he didn't play with these things. Hearing the name, he felt that it was not bad and asked with some interest. No need, you can leave. However, Yu Qingcheng suddenly waved her hand indifferently, and let the maid leave. Then she whispered in his ear. A trace of mischievousness flashed in her eyes. She explained in a low voice. Qingyi is a woman in a brothel. The woman in a brothel who doesn't wear clothes is called Qingyi. It is fun to play. If you need, I can help you call too. How about it? Ah, it's actually this. Little Peach Blossom, don't joke around. I hate this the most in my life, hee hee. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he knew that something bad had happened. This was like knocking over a jar of vinegar. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, where's that Ruyan? As for the women in the brothel, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't hate them. Instead, he was looking forward to them. Of course, with his 3 beautiful wives beside him, he wouldn't dare to show any of his intentions. Men were all like this. I guess she went down to change after playing a song. Yu Qingqing mischievously looked at Yi Qinghan again and smiled sweetly. She didn't continue to dwell on this problem. Instead, she looked outside. She was a smart woman. Some things should be pointed out. It would be bad if she was too entangled. After a while, light footsteps came from outside. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, they're here. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately became spirited. However, he didn't immediately open his eyes to look. Instead, he poured a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Then he slowly looked outside. His eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. He unconsciously muttered, this small mouth is really suitable to play the flute. Chapter 386. In the hall, on a high platform covered with a red carpet, a woman in purple clothes gracefully walked over. The woman held a white jade flute in her hand. Her hair was tied into a 9-ringed fairy bun. She had a beautiful face and a small mouth with a faint luster. It was very attractive. Her figure was slightly petite, her skin was white, and her eyes were shining. She inadvertently released a trace of the charm of a prostitute. She was very flirtatious. This woman's appearance might be a little inferior to Yu Qingqing's, but her temperament had its own merits. Dreamlike, enchanting, as beautiful as smoke. She is indeed an extraordinary woman. Yu Qingqing glanced at her, nodded slightly, and sighed. Yi Qinggu also nodded with some appreciation. Perhaps this was the mutual appreciation between beauties of the same level. This sister is so beautiful. Yi Qingyu didn't understand these things. She simply felt that Ru Yan was beautiful. She slightly grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and excitedly said. Yi Qinghan kept staring at Ru Yan's small mouth, and found that it was really suitable for blowing the flute. Then he glanced at the 2 peaks on her chest, but found that they were slightly petite. He was a little disappointed. In the end, he stared at her full buttocks and was even more disappointed. He thought of Yu Qingqing saying that Ru Yan wanted to live in seclusion, and could marry into a rich family. He couldn't help but whisper again. Beautiful is beautiful, but a good cabbage has been taken by a pig. In his previous life, although he had never tasted a woman, he had done a lot of research on women. Moreover, in this life he had experienced it 3 times. He confirmed one thing. Before the young girl became a woman, her buttocks swayed backward. But after the young girl became a woman, they began to sway left and right. It was obvious that Ru Yan swayed sideways when she walked. Of course, although Ru Yan was a beauty on the same level as Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to chase after her at this moment. It was just that when he saw a peerless beauty being taken by someone, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. This had nothing to do with moral integrity. It was related to the selfish instinct deep in a man's nature. Young master, what do you mean by taken? Although Yi Qinghan's voice was soft, Yi Qingyu's realm was very high, so she could vaguely hear some of it. She couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu also faintly heard Yi Qinghan's murmur. They couldn't help but turn their heads to listen. Hee, you heard wrong. I say, why isn't her jade flute black? Being stared at by 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, Yi Qinghan felt a little guilty. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and said casually. Yu Qingqing smiled. She thought that Yi Qinghan didn't know how to play musical instruments, so she explained to him. Jade flutes are all white, how can there be black ones? Oh, so that's how it is. Well, let's watch her play the flute. Yi Qinghan chuckled as if he had suddenly realized something. He quickly turned his head to look outside, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. There are so many black flutes, and I have one. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to play the flute someday. On the stage outside, Ru Yan smiled faintly like a blooming orchid in an empty valley. She bowed slightly and spun the jade flute in her hand a few times. Then she opened her red lips and began to play the flute. Yi Qinghan had never heard this song before, but as he listened, he felt his heart gradually calm down. His mind became empty, and everything in front of him seemed to disappear, leaving only the sound of the flute echoing in his ears. When the song ended, the entire hall was silent. When Ru Yan bowed and walked down, applause and cheers rang out like thunder. Miss Ru Yan is indeed a master. Her flute-playing skills have already reached the Grandmaster realm. No wonder she is as famous as Yu Meng. A trace of admiration flashed in Yu Qingqing's eyes as she praised. She was a master of music, so she was just a bystander. She immediately understood the skill behind it. Not bad, but compared to my little peach blossom, it's still a little lacking. Yi Qinghan chuckled. This skill was indeed comparable to Yu Qingqing's performance during the Summer Flame Festival. However, now that Yu Qingqing had comprehended the law of divine sound, it was naturally a step behind. Looking outside, he frowned slightly and sighed. That damned ladyboy Hua Hua. Why is he taking so long to treat him to a meal? Luohua City is so close. Could it be that he wants to take a bath and dress up before coming? Let's wait a little longer. Since we have nothing to do, why not just sit here and listen to the song? When Yi Qinggu heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, she giggled and rolled her eyes. Then, she heard the sound of the flute outside again. She quickly stopped laughing and listened attentively. Yi Qinghan also stopped talking and focused on listening to the song. This was probably the last time he would hear such beautiful flute music. Not to mention that Ru Yan was going to live in seclusion. He and Hua 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 would also leave immediately. He probably wouldn't be able to return to the continent for 10 or 20 years, or perhaps for the rest of his life. Of course, he had to listen more to it. In the future, he would also have another memory of beautiful things. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a series of extremely heavy footsteps rang out, startling the few people who were immersed in the beautiful music. At the same time, the people in the other private rooms in the hall also snorted in dissatisfaction. This was an elegant place. The people sitting here were all young masters of famous families. It sounded like the famous Ru Yan Nong Xiao from the House of Aries. When everyone came in, their footsteps were very light. When they talked about things, they were also very quiet. However, when Ru Yan was performing, everyone stopped talking at the same time. Now someone suddenly rudely broke their beautiful mood. At this moment, it was like a cow chewing on a peony, spoiling the mood. Dong dong dong. The footsteps became louder and louder, getting closer and closer. Moreover, it seemed like there was more than one person. The sound even covered Ru Yan's flute music. On the stage, Ru Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness, but she didn't stop playing. Instead, she frowned slightly, and the flute music became more desolate. Yi Qinghan lightly touched his nose and drank his tea. Yi Qingwu's eyes bulged, and she was about to fly into a rage. However, because Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, she could only sit there angrily. Who is so arrogant? Don't you know that I, Lu Fei, am here? Who is so noisy? Where is the boss of Cui Wei House? How can such a rude person come in? Finally, someone couldn't be provoked anymore. Two people in the private rooms made a sound. It seemed that they wanted to show their determination to protect Ru Yan in front of her. Humph. In response to the two people was a heavy cold snort. A young master in white strode over. He didn't respond to the two people's provocation just now. Instead, he looked at Ru Yan on the stage with a face full of anger. He looked very agitated. His hands were tightly clenched, as if he was suppressing his emotions. Young master, don't make trouble. If the master knows, you will definitely be confined. Behind the young master was the shopkeeper of Cui Wei House, Sima Lu Feng, who was familiar to many people. He anxiously followed behind the young master, and kept persuading him in a low voice. At the same time, he constantly cupped his hands and apologized to the surrounding private rooms with a bitter smile. Uncle Lu, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Everyone, today's tour is over. Zhui Ming will arrange a few to apologize to everyone another day. The young master lightly waved his hand behind him, but his body didn't move. He just stared at Ru Yan on the stage and shouted in a very domineering manner. Strangely, countless people in the private rooms at the scene. After this young master's domineering words, no one dared to speak again. Instead, a few people began to quietly leave. Before leaving, they bowed to this young master. Their expressions seemed to be faintly afraid of this young master. On the stage, Ruyan didn't seem to hear this person's words. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she lowered her eyebrows and continued to play. There was a bit of loneliness and helplessness in the flute sound. "Stupid woman, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Seeing Ruyan's expression, this young master's originally suppressed emotions completely erupted. He pointed at Ruyan fiercely and said angrily, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family. Right now, young Master Huahua's branch is the only one in power. Your father is nothing in the Hua family. What's more, you're an illegitimate daughter. I've been following you around for 3 years. The things I've given you are enough for you to use for a lifetime. In the end, you actually want to run away with someone else? I'll ask you again. Are you willing to marry into my Sima family? I can guarantee your identity as the principal wife. Otherwise, once I find out who your man is, I'll cut him into pieces." The loud roar echoed in the hall, causing everyone's ears to ring. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and guessed the identity of this person. He was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Jueming. He sighed and was a little surprised. This Ruyan was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family? The people of the Hua family were really the same as the flowers and plants. He patted Yi Qingwu's hand lightly, indicating for her to calm down. After all, he was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, and this was his territory. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to cause too much trouble. "Young Master Sima, Ruyan is very grateful for your care for so many years. But, don't force yourself when it comes to relationships. Even if you have my body, if you can't have my heart, what's the use? Ruyan begs you to let Ruyan go. Ruyan will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." Ruyan finally stopped playing and sighed slightly bitterly. She spoke softly with a hint of helplessness and desolation in her delicate voice. "Haha. Everyone, please leave today. I, Sima Jueming, owe you a favor." When Sima Jueming heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and cupped his hands at everyone. Then he revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Ruyan. At the same time, he laughed and scolded, "Stupid woman, you forced me to do this. I don't want your gratitude. I don't want your heart either. I want your body. You're an illegitimate daughter. Do you really think you're the young mistress of the Hua family? I'll *CK you today. I'll go to the Hua family to ask for forgiveness another day." Although there were countless people in the surrounding private rooms who were filled with grief and indignation, this matter involved the Sima family and the Hua family. They did not dare to make a move. After all, the Sima family had subtly suppressed the other 2 families in Black Tortoise City. Moreover, if the tragedy today really happened, it would be difficult for them to deal with the Hua family if they wanted to woo them in the future. Helpless, they all left in a hurry with complicated expressions. Smack. Looking at Sima Jueming approaching Ruyan step by step, Yi Qingwu finally could not hold it in anymore. She slammed the table and decided to save Ruyan first. Beside her, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu were also very angry. Their eyes were burning with anger, and they seemed to be very supportive of Yi Qingyu's actions. "Little Rose, calm down, calm down. The main character is here. He doesn't need our help anymore. Prepare to watch the show." Just as Yi Qingwu was about to rush out the door, she was pulled back by Yi Qinghan. Then Yi Qinghan's teasing voice rang in her ears, which temporarily calmed her down. "There's no need for another day. You'll apologize today." A figure suddenly flew in from the window of the hall. The face was even more beautiful than a woman's, and it was filled with coldness. Chapter 387. This figure was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat just like Yi Qinghan's. He held a green dagger in his hand. He flashed in through the window and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Ruyan. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were the only ones in the room. The moment the figure appeared, they saw a beautiful face. On the other hand, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Sima Jueming only saw a bamboo hat and a white chin. "It's someone from the Hua family." "Oh, it's him? Hee hee, there's a show to watch." Although Yu Qingqing didn't see the person clearly, She could tell it was someone from the Hua family from her stealth technique. She could also tell the person's identity from the green dagger in his hand. She couldn't help but smile at Yi Qinghan playfully. This ladyboy is imitating my appearance. He's too shameless. Yi Qinghan looked at the person with disdain. He immediately recognized the person's identity. It was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Chao. It seemed like Hua Chao had investigated his whereabouts in Song City. He even used his voice to disguise himself. Now he was here to show off. Someone from the Hua family? Which young master of the Hua family is this? Can we meet? Sima Zhuiming was shocked when he saw that it was someone from the Hua family. However, he remembered that Ru Yan's position in the Hua family was very low. Perhaps she wasn't even considered part of the Hua family. Furthermore, this person's voice was suppressed by battle aura. It seemed like he wasn't some big-shot young master of the Hua family. Sima Zhuiming became bolder. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll meet you just because you say so? Hua Hua seemed to be in a bad mood. He didn't even give face to the young master of the Sima family. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and grabbed Ru Yan's hand. He said coldly, "Go to the Hua family and ask for forgiveness. I'll spare your life." Puffed. Yi Qinghan was originally hugging Yi Qinggu and sipping his tea leisurely. But when he heard that the flowers and plants not only imitated his appearance but also spoke in the same tone, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea when he heard the words, "young master." He almost choked on his tea. You. Sima Zhuiming's face turned ashen when he heard that. He was the #1 young master of Black Tortoise City. Usually, other than Hua family's young masters, the rest of the Hua family's young masters were very courteous to him. He did not expect that this person would not give him face at all. Then he heard that not only did the person in the private room by the window not leave, but he even dared to laugh at him. His expression darkened and he roared. "Who are you? Get out of here. Umph. Idiot." Hua Chao shook his head and patted Ru Yan's hand to comfort her. He smiled and said, "Don't provoke the guests inside. You can't afford to provoke them." "Oh really? I'm going to provoke them today." Sima Zhuiming looked at Ru Yan's small hand being held tightly in the person's hand. When Ru Yan saw this person, her expression suddenly became extremely calm, and her eyes were full of smiles. He could not help but be even more furious. He did not dare to touch the Hua family. He decided to vent his anger on the person in the private room, to teach Hua Chao and Ru Yan a lesson. After a roar, seeing that the person in the private room still did not move, Sima Zhuiming became even more enraged. His battle aura suddenly soared. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. At the same time, his leg was surrounded by battle aura. He raised it high and slammed it down heavily on the private room. Sima Zhuiming's slash was about to smash the private room into pieces, but Hua Chao was still standing there calmly. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He released a space lock and locked Sima Zhuiming in midair, but he did not continue to attack. Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. It was obvious that Hua Chao did not want to kill Sima Zhuiming himself. He was using him to kill him. Now that he had a lot of trouble on his hands, he would not attack recklessly. Furthermore, he could not be bothered to attack an opponent who was not of the same level as him. He flicked his sleeves lightly and released a wave of battle aura to bounce Sima Zhuiming back in midair. He then said calmly, "Young Master Sima, I'll leave after a cup of tea. You have to figure out who your love rival is." At the same time, he raised his head slightly and gave Hua Chao a look of disdain. His meaning was clear. "You want me to help you chase after a beauty yourself? Dream on." A light sentence turned Sima Zhuiming's hatred away. It was a Tai Chi, and it also made it clear to Hua Chao that he should deal with his own matters. Sima Zhuiming was shocked. He was at the first level of the noble realm, but he was bounced back by someone releasing a wave of battle aura. Thinking about how he could not move in midair, he was even more frightened. He secretly blamed himself for being rash, and was thankful that this person did not get angry. His expression became complicated. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to get off the stage. It was fine if he did not want to attack the young master of the Hua family, but he wanted to provoke the person beside him to show his power. Now he was being slapped in the face. If he left with his tail between his legs, Ru Yan would not be able to raise her head anymore. Moreover, if word of this got out, his reputation would be ruined. He was in a dilemma. Young Master Han, help me kill this person, and I'll owe you a favor. How about it? While Sima Zhuiming was hesitating, Hua Chao began to communicate with Yi Qinghan through telepathy. No way. Don't you owe me enough favors? Why don't you do it yourself? Although Yi Qinghan didn't like people like Sima Zhuiming who resorted to force when he couldn't get his hands on a beauty, he couldn't just kill him like that. Hence, he rejected the offer decisively. Sai, I have my own difficulties. Why don't you cripple him? Ruyan is my wife. Look, this B***starred almost used force on your brother's wife. With your temper, how can you tolerate this? The flower continued to transmit its voice to Yi Qinghan, trying its best to persuade Yi Qinghan to act. Get lost. It's your woman who is being bullied. What does it have to do with me? If it was my woman, I wouldn't just cripple him. I'd chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Yi Qinghan transmitted even more disdainfully. If he was in this situation, he would definitely not care and just chop him up first. Now he was the victim. He was not an idiot. He obviously would not care about something that did not benefit him. Instead, he encouraged it. F***ck, I don't care anymore. I'll cripple this bastard. Encouraged by Yi Qinghan, Hua Chao became impulsive. He turned around, and a cold air exuded from his body. The blue dragon dagger in his hand flicked upwards slightly, and he moved stealthily. Wait. Yi Qinghan's ears twitched. He seemed to have heard something, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Hua Chao. However, he had underestimated Hua Chao's speed. At such a close distance, Hua Chao was also known for his speed. By the time he transmitted his voice, he was already one step too late. By the time the flowers and plants appeared, they were already right in front of Sima Zhuiming. The azure dragon dagger pierced into his dantian, and a gush of fresh blood and dense battle chi gushed out. Hua Chao was at the peak of the noble realm, and with the Hua clan's special concealment technique, it was easy for him to deal with a first-level noble realm martial artist. Moreover, Sima Zhuiming was still hesitating just now. While he was distracted, he was ambushed by Hua Chao. Ah! Sima Zhuiming saw Hua Chao's figure slowly appear, and he hurriedly retreated in panic. However, as he retreated, he staggered. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and he fell to the ground. He curled up and cried out in pain. A peak emperor realm martial artist is rushing over here. Hua Chao did not know, but Yi Qinghan sensed it immediately. He thought of Hua Chao's difficulties and disguise to hide his identity, so he quickly transmitted a message to him to remind him. Peak Emperor Realm? Oh no, it's the head of the Sima clan, Sima Yi. What should we do, young Master Han? If he reports this to the Hua clan, not only will Ru Yen lose her life, my position as young clan head will also be ruined. Hua Chao was shocked when he heard this. The bamboo hat on his head trembled slightly, and he was obviously panicking. He flew over and wanted to pull Ru Yen away, but when he thought that the other side was a peak Emperor realm martial artist, he was afraid that they would not be able to escape. He became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You useless piece of wood, bring Ru Yen in. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He didn't transmit his voice anymore and spoke directly. Chapter 388. All right. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had spoken, Hua Chao was overjoyed. He ignored Sima Zhuiming on the ground and pulled Ru Yen, who was covered in blood and scared silly by Sima Zhuiming's appearance, into the room. Ru Yen was suddenly pulled in and realized that there was a green-clothed young man sitting inside. He was even wearing a bamboo hat like Hua Chao. Furthermore, there were 3 top-tier beauties sitting around this young master. She couldn't help but feel even more at a loss and didn't know what to do. Her jade-like hands tightly gripped the jade flute, and she was very nervous, her entire body trembling. We'll introduce each other in the future. Boss, help me settle this. I'll be grateful to you for life. Hua Chao cupped his fists and revealed half of his face, which was filled with panic. He pulled the stunned Ru Yen and bowed to them. Now he could only count on Yi Qinghan to settle this for him. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Yi Qinghan saw that Hua Chao didn't seem to be lying. Back then on Nether Island, Hua Chao, Fengzi, and the others formed the 4 families battle team and helped him get points, so they owed him a favor. He decided to help him deal with this depending on the situation. Swoosh! A black figure broke through the window and entered. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome with a mustache. His eyes sparkled occasionally, and he looked like an overlord. This person flew in, and when he saw Sima Zhuaming, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, his expression changed. With the blood on the ground, he strode over and patted Sima Zhuaming's abdomen. Battle Chi flowed out of his hands and started to heal Sima Zhuaming. "Ah, young master, young master." At this moment, the people who were waiting outside rushed in after hearing the screams. Leading them was the shopkeeper from earlier. When he saw Sima Zhuaming lying on the ground covered in blood, his expression changed drastically. Then he saw the middle-aged man with a grim expression. All of them hurriedly dropped to their knees and called out in a trembling voice. "Sima Lu pays his respects to the clan head. This. Carry the young master back to the family. Go to the disciplinary court and ask for punishment yourself." Although the middle-aged man's expression was dark, his tone was very calm. He slowly retracted his hand, and then, ignoring Sima Zhuaming and Sima Lu on the ground, he walked towards the private room in the corner. Sima Lu did not dare to say anything. Since the family head had made a move, it was not up to him to do anything. He could only call for people to carry Sima Zhuaming out with a bitter expression. The middle-aged man stopped when he was 10 meters away from the private room. He looked at the private room coldly. He was about to break through to the Marshal Saint level. Of course, he had already locked on to the culprit, Flora, who had crippled his son. He wanted to enter the private room to take the culprit out. However, he suddenly felt a trace of danger and couldn't help but hesitate. Through the bead curtains, he began to vaguely sense the situation inside the private room. However, the moment he sensed it, he was incomparably shocked. Because there was a man in a green robe wearing a bamboo hat inside, which made him feel a sense of danger. There was also a woman in white beside him, but he couldn't seem to sense her realm. Thus he immediately stopped and sent a voice transmission to Sima Lu. "This one is Sima E. Friend inside, come out and meet me." "Sima E? There's no need to come out. Let's be honest. Your son was crippled by my friend, but it was your son who did something stupid first. You can ask that shopkeeper of yours. Of course, no matter what, my friend was ruthless. I will take responsibility for this mistake. How about that?" Yi Qinghan poured a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Since Sima Yi didn't act rashly, he naturally wouldn't do so. It would be best if they could negotiate. "Oh. Then how are you prepared to take responsibility?" Sima Yi naturally wasn't prepared to act rashly. He wasn't an idiot. He wasn't like Sima Zhuaming, who was stifled. If there was someone inside who made him feel a sense of danger, then that person must be at the Marshal Saint level. There was also another person whose realm he couldn't figure out, but he might also be at the Marshal Saint level. Being able to reach this position, he was naturally not an idiot. He could only swallow his anger and ask coldly. "Compensation. Name your conditions." Seeing that there was something to talk about, Yi Qinghan turned his head and smiled at the flowers to show that he was at ease. Then he asked Yu Qingqing and the others to comfort the frightened Ru Yan, and turned his head and said in a clear voice, "Oh, name your conditions? All right, an offensive or defensive sacred artifact. Let's forget about this matter." Sima Yi's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, and decided to test the background of the person in front of him. He could vaguely see the person speaking through the beaded curtains of the room. There were a few enchanting beauties beside him. To be able to have such powerful strength and be accompanied by beautiful women, he must be from a large family. It was just that he didn't know if he was from the 5 great families or some other family. If the man in green could take out a sacred artifact, then he must be from the 5 great families. With a sacred artifact and the reputation of the 5 great families, he could only really forget about this matter. Sacred artifact? Yi Qinghan hesitated. He used to have many sacred artifacts, but they were all given to Yi Tianlong. The only sacred artifact he didn't use was the butcher knife outside Song City. He hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head and said, "I don't have a sacred artifact. Name your other conditions." "You don't?" Sima Yi was surprised and fell silent. His eyes kept darting around, as if he was thinking. After a while, There was a piercing sound in the sky outside the window. His eyes lit up and his battle aura surged. At the same time he shouted, "It's simple. Ask your friend to come out and cripple him. Then I'll forget about this matter. Young Master Han, think of a way. My identity can't be exposed. If the old men in my family find out, Ruyan is finished. I'm finished too." Seeing this situation, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He had seen this kind of situation many times. However, the flowers and plants were obviously anxious. He wasn't worried that his cultivation would be crippled. At most, he could reveal his identity. Sima Yi wouldn't dare to make a move even if he had a few more guts. He was just afraid that this matter would be exposed and the Hua family would find out. At the same time, he regretted his impulsiveness just now. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, the woman he loved was about to be humiliated. Any hot-blooded man would be impulsive. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's encouragement, he became even more impulsive. Swish. There was another piercing sound outside the window. An old man landed in the middle of the field. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and felt a little helpless. After beating up the young, the big one came out. When the big one couldn't beat the big one, the old one came out. Most importantly, he wasn't the one who did this, but he had to shoulder the responsibility. Needless to say, he felt very aggrieved. "Uncle, Zhui Ming has been crippled." Sima Yi cupped his hands in grief and indignation. He had just sent a voice transmission to Sima Lu to report back to the family as soon as possible. The Sima family wasn't far from here. Sima Xiangru, the protector of the Sima family, naturally rushed over immediately. After all, the young master of the Sima family had been crippled. This was a huge matter that concerned the dignity of the family. "Oh, how should I address you two, my friends? How did the Sima family offend you too? Why did you have to be so ruthless? Can you give Sima Xiangru an explanation? Otherwise, how can I continue living in Black Marshal City?" Sima Xiangru had already locked onto Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qingyu the moment he entered. He only relaxed slightly when he sensed that the two of them had just entered the saint tier. But at the same time he was very puzzled. Since when had there been so many saints on the continent? However, Yi Qinghan's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. Yi Qingyu's face was also covered, so he could only speak in a low voice. "Sigh. Damn you, Flora. You owe me a big favor." Yi Qinghan sighed bitterly and transmitted his voice to Flora. It seemed like this matter couldn't be resolved without some blood. The old thing of the other family had come out, and they definitely wouldn't let this matter go if they didn't give an explanation. The main thing was that Flora wasn't prepared to make a big deal out of this matter, and he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it either. It seemed like he could only let this matter go. Seeing how this matter was, thus he said with some irritation, "Don't ask anymore. According to Sima Yi, I'll compensate with a saint artifact, and we'll let this matter go." Yi Qinghan's unintentional words had obviously hurt Sima Xiangru's dignity and angered him. He suddenly increased his battle chi and released his saint domain, which enveloped the entire pavilion. He walked over with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Saint artifact? I'll cripple all of you and compensate you with 2 saint artifacts. How about that?" Chapter 389. Yi Qinghan knew that his words were a bit harsh, but he wasn't going to lower his voice. Instead, he merged his battle chi and slowly stood up. Sima Xiangru was a level 2, Saint Realm cultivator. After merging with his battle beast, he was obviously nothing. Someone from the Yi family? Sima Xiangru saw a shadow appear in front of Yi Qinghan. Then his battle chi surged and he easily stood up despite being enveloped by his Saint Realm. Sima Xiangru's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with doubt. On the contrary, Sima Yi, who was behind him, had attacked him. His battle chi surged again, and he took out a long knife from behind him. He chased after Yi Shiwen with a murderous aura. "My saint weapon is a bit special," Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He touched his freedom ring and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. Then he looked at the pig slaughtering knife in his hand with some nostalgia. He threw the knife over and said, "Senior Sima, how about this knife as compensation?" Sima Xiangru's eyes suddenly shone brightly as he looked at the pig slaughtering knife shooting towards him. His expression suddenly became serious, and he grabbed the knife with a trembling hand. After carefully examining it, he quickly removed the Saint Domain, and at the same time waved his hand, sending Sima Yi, who had rushed over behind him, flying. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan in horror and said with a trembling voice, "Enough, of course it's enough, Lord, this. All right, no need to say more. Let's forget about this matter. Don't make it public. We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first." "Sorry." Yi Qinghan waved his hand to stop Sima Xiangru from speaking. This time he transmitted his voice to Sima Xiangru. Then he nodded at Yi Qingyu, Hua Chao, and the others and left. "Uncle, are you crazy? Why did you do this? Why did you let them go?" Sima Yi, who had been sent flying, looked at Sima Xiangru in shock. He didn't know why Sima Xiangru did this. Then he saw that the people in the pavilion had left just like that, and Sima Xiangru didn't say anything. He roared angrily at Sima Xiangru. What a good son you have. Kick him out of Black Warrior City. Otherwise, he won't even know when the Sima family will be destroyed by him." Sima Xiangru turned his head and snorted. He waved the butcher knife in the air and said with lingering fear, "Let them go? If he wants to annihilate our Sima family, he can just move his finger. Idiot." "What? Pig slaughtering knife? Is it him?" Sima Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, somewhat shocked by Sima Xiangru's words. But when he saw the butcher's knife in Sima Xiangru's hand, he suddenly stopped wiping and sat on the ground with a face full of fear and despondence. Both of them had participated in the battle outside Song City, so of course they recognized this butcher knife. He thought about what happened that day and the 2 gag orders issued by the House of Aries. The 2 of them were clearly frightened. They began to rejoice that they did not act impulsively just now. Otherwise, if the owner of the pig slaughtering knife was angered, their Sima family would truly be finished. The sound of the pig slaughtering knife dripping blood outside Song City was still reverberating in their minds. TSK, young Master Han is still the best. Once you make a move, you can tell. I've always wanted to have a good reunion with you after the battle, but now that you're so awesome, it's not easy to see you. Later, something happened at home, so I had to come back first. I really have to thank you this time. Why don't we go directly to Luohua City? Let me treat young Master Han and the sisters-in-law well." The few of them went downstairs and did not stop. They boarded Yi Qinghan's carriage and directly rushed out of Black Tortoise City towards the east. As soon as they left Black Tortoise City, Hua giggled. Her beautiful face was full of smiles as she stood up. She waved at Ru Yan, who was sitting beside Yu Qingcheng. "Ru Yan, aren't you going to serve tea to young Master Han and the sisters-in-law? Let me introduce them to you. These are the famous people of the House of Aries. This is young Master Yi Qinghan. This is the holy maiden of the Yu family, Yu Qingcheng, Sister Xiaowu, Yi Qinggu, and Sister Yi Qingyu." Ru Yan greets everyone. "Greetings to young Master Yi, greetings to all the sisters." Although Ru Yan was shocked by Sima Zhuiming's blood spurting all over the ground, she felt much better after a while, and regained some of her composure. However, after hearing Hua's introduction, she opened her mouth slightly, and could not calm herself down. She had spent a lot of time in Fengchen. Although she had never heard of Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's names were like thunder in her ears. One was the most famous genius youth in the entire House of Aries, the young clan leader of the Yi family. The other was the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the continent. The 2 people who were usually high and mighty were now sitting in front of her, and had even helped her just now. How could she not be excited? "Sister Ru Yan, don't be so reserved. Your flute is very good." When Yi Qinggu saw this, she quickly pulled Ru Yan over to sit at the side and laughed loudly. She pointed at Hua and said, "You have to keep a close eye on this little bastard. He is very lecherous. If he dares to go out and steal in the future, tell Big Sister. I will beat him up for you. I guarantee that he will not dare to retaliate." "All right, don't play this game with me. You still owe me an explanation." Yi Qinghan took the cup of tea that Hua handed over and waved his hand. He looked at Hua with some annoyance. Today's loss was huge. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the small city by the sea to find a boat and go directly to Hidden Island. Now, not only had he lost a holy relic, he had also suffered a bellyful of anger. When Yi Qinggu saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, and asked about serious matters, she did not say anything. Instead, she pulled Ru Yan's hand and gestured for her not to be nervous. Evis. Ru Yan is actually the illegitimate daughter of a collateral descendant of my family. She was sold into a brothel when she was young, and became a geisha. She has always wanted to return to the family, but my old man and the clan despised her bad reputation, and did not agree. A few months ago, I met Ru Yan, and the two of us admired each other very much. We fell in love. Later, in order to marry Ru Yan, I knelt in front of my old man for a few days and nights. However, my old man was even more stubborn than your grandfather, and firmly disagreed. He even locked me up and said that if I dared to elope with Ru Yan, he would send someone to kill Ru Yan. If you did not send someone to deliver the keepsake, I would still be locked up. Young Master Han, you are my savior. If I did not rush over in time, Ru Yan would have been in big trouble. Sima Jue Ming, that dog, has been chasing Ru Yan for a few years, and I did not dare to say this openly. Hua Hua no longer had a cheeky expression, but began to slowly explain the story of him and Ru Yan. His beautiful face was full of bitterness and helplessness, and Ru Yan, who was beside him, began to cry as well, causing Yi Qingyu and the others to also have tears in their eyes. All right, your explanation has passed. My butcher's knife was not wasted. Yi Qinghan patted Hua Hua's shoulder to show his sympathy. Hua Hua's experience reminded him of his father, Yi Dao. Back then, his father and mother had also experienced many difficulties in order to be together. In the end, they had even clearly given up the position of the successor of the clan leader. Moreover, before his mother's death, the clan did not acknowledge her identity, nor did they let her enter the ancestral grave. It wasn't easy for one to decide on the marriage of a large family. However, it was obvious that Hua Hua was not as courageous as his father, Yi Dao. He did not dare to act rashly, and he could not let go of the position of the young clan leader of the Hua clan. Otherwise, he would not be so distressed. Young Master Han, you have many ideas. Help your brother. If you can help us settle this, my life will be yours from now on. I will not even blink in the face of danger. Hua Hua suddenly pulled Ru Yan and Yi Qinghan to stand up. The two of them knelt down on one knee and bowed to Yi Qinghan with an extremely serious expression as he pleaded. F***ck this trick again. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he waved his sleeves and used his battle chi to lift the two of them up. He rolled his eyes and turned his face away. He felt that he had suffered a great loss coming to ask Hua Hua for help. He helped him marry a wife, and now he had to help him take care of his children. This whole thing was, brother, help sister Ru Yan. They are very pitiful. Think about father and mother. Yi Qinghan did not care, but Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, was unwilling. She pulled Ru Yan with one hand, and pulled on Yi Qinghan's robe with the other. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng, who were beside them, also looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of hope, as if they were also yearning for him. Yi Qinghan looked at the three women who were overflowing with sympathy and smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, there are three ways. First, I will go to Luohua City to help you persuade your father, but I will tell you clearly that I don't have time. Second, you give up the position of the young clan leader and marry Ru Yan. Third, elope with me and come back after a few years of giving birth to a child. You choose. Chapter 390. Actually, Hua Chao wanted the first option. With Yi Qinghan's current prestige in the House of Aries, if he went to talk to their old man, then it was very likely that this matter would be settled. However, Yi Qinghan's first option made it clear that he wouldn't participate. The second option was obviously something he wasn't willing to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. Then there was only the third option left. Go with him? Wait, go with him? Young Master Han, where are you going? Hua Chao was a little surprised. He remembered that Yi Qinghan wasn't going to Luohua City, but Black Tortoise City. He sent someone to ask him to come over, so he obviously wasn't here to play. Go to sea. If you come with me, I promise your old man won't take you back. Come with me and stay there for a few years. Work hard on your cultivation, and after a few years, your old man will beg you to come back. Then everything will be fine. Yi Qinghan laughed. Since Hua Chao had nowhere to go, He might as well go to Purple Island to play for a few years to save himself from boredom. Go to sea? To Hidden Island? Or a few years? Hua Chao's eyes lit up. That's right. If he followed Yi Qinghan, his family definitely wouldn't care about him. After all, Yi Qinghan was the most popular person in the House of Aries. His family would love for him to follow Yi Qinghan around all day. Don't worry about where. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Yi Qinghan said impatiently. Go. Of course. Hee, following young Master Han will definitely be fun. In the future, Ru Yan and my lives will be sold to you. Hua Chao quickly agreed. He was tired of playing in the Hua family for so many years. Now that he could be with Ru Yan and follow Yi Qinghan to do exciting things, why wouldn't he agree? Sell your life to me, my ass. I still have to take care of you. If it wasn't for Sister Ru Yan, I wouldn't even bring you. Yi Qinghan snorted, then turned to the coachman outside and ordered, go straight to Azure Sea City. Qinghai City was the port city closest to the East China Sea. Basically, people who wanted to go to the Hidden Island could directly take a boat from this city. This time, the carriage didn't stop at any place and directly headed towards Azure Sea City. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, Hua's every move was monitored by the Hua family. An hour later, Hua Chao's grandfather, who was the head of the Hua family, received the news about what happened in Suiwei Pavilion and Hua Chao following Yi Qinghan to Qinghai City. Of course, Hua Chao had gotten his permission to meet Yi Qinghan. However, when he heard that Hua Chao had crippled Sima Zhuiming for Ru Yan, he was so angry that he nearly slammed the table and ordered his men to arrest Hua Chao and Ru Yan. But when he heard that Yi Qinghan had actually used the butcher knife as an apology from Hua Xia, he beamed with joy. Then, when he heard that Hua Chao had followed Yi Qinghan all the way to Qinghai City, he smiled so widely that his eyes became a line. In the end, he waved his hand and directly sent out a team of elite assassins. He wanted them to follow Hua Chao and listen to his orders. They were to fulfill any of Hua Chao's requests. The huge difference in attitude shocked the Hua family's intelligence chief. He didn't understand what was going on. After a few days, the 6 of them arrived at Qinghai City. Hua Chao saw that his old man didn't send anyone to interrogate him. Instead, he sent a pair of Imperial Realm experts to him. He was elated. He was even more determined to follow Yi Qinghan and have fun for a few more years. He ordered his subordinates to prepare a super luxurious ship. At the same time, he bought a large amount of items. The few of them went out to sea and headed straight for the Hidden Island. After Yi Qinghan and the others went out to sea, the Divine City, which had been quiet for a long time, welcomed a man in black today. After the invasion of the mutated tribe, the reputation of the Divine City fell greatly. No one went to the Divine City to admire it. Instead, many people started to sneak away. The mutated tribe raped and killed wantonly in the Divine City. However, the Divine Master that they believed in didn't appear to uphold justice for them. Furthermore, the Divine Master didn't show himself after the incident. This made many people feel cold. The 3 constabularies' strategy against the mutated tribe, especially the House of Aries' all-out war preparations to defeat the mutated tribe, formed a huge contrast with the Divine City. During this period of time, no one went to the Divine City with reverence. Instead, countless people went to Tsang City and started to pay their respects to the Martyrs' Hall that was being built outside of Tsang City. The reputation of the Divine City fell greatly. On the contrary, Tsang City's reputation rose. It had the momentum of overshadowing the Divine City. However, the Divine City, which had been quiet for many days, suddenly welcomed a guest. It was a man in black who was completely wrapped in black cloth. The guards of the Divine City were a little nervous. All of them unsheathed their weapons and prepared for battle. However, this man in black said a code that they were familiar with. At the same time, he indicated that he had an important matter to discuss with the Massacre God Guards. When the guards saw that he was a sole slave under the Massacre God Guards, they didn't make things difficult for him, and immediately brought him to the Immortal Massacre Pavilion. This sole slave belonged to the Divine City's secret guards. Furthermore, he was a secret guard that definitely wouldn't dare to rebel. Thus, the guards were naturally at ease. The Massacre God Guards were feeling vexed in the pavilion. Ever since that day, the Divine Master's personality had become very strange. Furthermore, the Massacre God Guards didn't order the soul slaves in the city to continue investigating the deaths of the Divine Sword and Tu Qianjun. As such, the Massacre God Guards didn't dare to make decisions on their own. They could only arrange the matters of the Divine City and serve the Divine Master carefully. When they heard that a hidden soul slave of the continent was looking for him, they were overjoyed and immediately brought him into the study. Greetings to the Massacre God Guards. Yi Qingquang was a little afraid when he saw the Massacre God Guards. After all, the soul slave's life was in the hands of the Divine City. If he wasn't careful, the Divine City could kill him anytime. However, when he thought that he would be able to use this important news from his father to exchange for his freedom, he mustered his courage and didn't kneel down. Instead, he bowed slightly. And, when the Massacre God Guards saw this, their expression turned cold. They snorted and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this soul slave's attitude. I am here to ask Lord to remove the soul seed from my body. Yi Qingquang gritted his teeth and took off the mask on his face. His eyes were glowing as he spoke with a hint of pride. I know who killed young Master Tuesday. I also know where the Divine Sword is. Oh. The Massacre God Guard's eyes shrank, and he slowly regained his composure. He revealed a smile as he nodded his head and said, Tell me about it. If your information is correct, I will not punish you for the crime of disrespect. I am Yi Qingquang. My father asked you to remove my soul seed. After you remove it, I will naturally inform Lord. Yi Qingquang was naturally not a fool. When the Massacre God Guard's expression changed, he was elated. The Massacre God Guard stated his conditions and named his identity. At the same time, he mentioned his father. Oh, so you are the young master of the Yi family. Yi Jian and I can be considered old friends. All right. Tell me. As long as your information is correct, I guarantee that I will remove your soul seed and give you a lot of beauties and treasures. When the Massacre God Guard heard this, his smile became even wider. He stood up and patted on Yi Qingquang's shoulder. It was as though he had met an old friend's nephew and was very affectionate. Can God Guard help me remove my soul seed first? I guarantee that my information is correct. This is what my father told me. Yi Qingquang wasn't used to the Massacre God Guard's sudden affection. When he thought about his father's instructions before he left, he could only continue to insist on removing his soul seed first. Chapter 391. The Massacre God Guard's expression turned solemn. He sighed and said, Qingquang, I'll tell you the truth. Removing the soul seed isn't a simple matter. It requires a god to use his divine power. Even if you tell me the news, I'll have to send people to verify it before I dare to report it to the Divine Master. Then, I'll have to gather a large amount of materials and use the Divine Master's divine power to remove it. After all, this concerns the soul. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Furthermore, since your father asked you to come alone, it means that he believes that I will help you remove the soul seed. Your father is a saint-class expert now. Why would I provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason? Tell me. As long as the news is accurate, I can immediately arrange for people to prepare the materials to remove the soul seed and let you regain your freedom as soon as possible. The Massacre God Guard's reasonable words stunned Yi Qingquang. However, he still felt that something wasn't right. He said hesitantly, I still feel that removing the soul seed. Pa. Seeing that Yi Qingquang was wavering, the smile in the Massacre God Guard's eyes disappeared. His expression suddenly turned cold. He slammed the table heavily, turning it into a pile of wood shavings. His chilling aura enveloped Yi Qingquang as he said angrily, Yi Qingquang, you have been dawdling for so long. Are you here to tease me? Men, drag him away and feed him to the dogs. Plop! Yi Qingquang was intimidated by the Massacre God Guard's aura, and his body instantly turned cold. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me. I said it's Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu was killed by Yi Qinghan. The Divine Sword is also with Yi Qinghan. The black-robed man outside Song City is also Yi Qinghan. The Massacre God Guard listened carefully to Yi Qingquang's analysis of Yi Jian, and his expression turned even colder. After listening, he was certain that this information was accurate. That day, although the god-slaying guards had arrived too late, From the wounds on the corpses, it could be seen that they were caused by battle qi. However, there was no doubt that the saints of the House of Aries and the Hidden Island were fighting the holy beasts outside. That was why Huang Xiaolong suspected that the demonic god Manner and barbarian god Manner's martial saints had imitated the battle qi. But the information brought by the two Manner's soul slaves was not conclusive. Now it seemed that everything was clear. The most important thing was that only Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a direct enmity. Moreover, this method was consistent with Yi Qinghan's usual way of doing things. Ever since Yi Qinghan made his debut, he was known for his decisiveness in dealing with his enemies. The first time he attacked, he crippled Yi Qinghuang and killed Yi Rong. Yi Qinghan, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. His strength improved so quickly? Little bastard, don't worry. This time, I will let you die a very, very miserable death. I will also let your entire Yi family die to accompany my son. The veins on the god-slaying guard's forehead were popping out, and his face was distorted. Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing made him bitterly disappointed. Yi Qinghan's speed of growth made him terrified. At this moment, he hated himself for making the same mistake as Tu Qianjun. He didn't get someone to assassinate Yi Qinghan directly, but made use of others. He knew that the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan had reached an irreconcilable stage. If Yi Qinghan had the chance, he would definitely kill him. He decided not to let go of his past mistakes. My lord, this has nothing to do with the Yi family. Everything was done by that bastard, Yi Qinghan. My lord, you said that you want to get someone to help me remove the soul seed. Yi Qinghuang heard that something was wrong. From the god-slaying guard's tone, it seemed like the god-slaying guard also hated the Yi family. Yi Qinghuang hurriedly kowtowed with even more fear as he looked at the god-slaying guard and pleaded. Fool, once the soul seed is planted, it cannot be removed. Don't you know that? Unless the Divine Master's lifespan is exhausted, you will be a soul slave for the rest of your life. Someone throw this fool into the god prison. Don't kill him. He might be useful in the future. The god-slaying guard looked at Yi Qinghuang with disdain. He waved his palm and sent him flying. After pondering for a moment, he rushed out. The god-slaying guard rushed towards the Divine Master Pavilion. With Yi Qinghan's current strength, even if the god-slaying guard and the other 3 god-slaying guards activated their joint attack, they might not be able to defeat him. They might even be killed by the 4 god-slaying guards. Therefore, the god-slaying guard could only ask the Divine Master slaying for help. After all, based on all the information, there was a 90% chance that the divine sword was with Yi Qinghan. It was also possible that Yi Qinghan had given it to Yi Ruoshui. If he could persuade the Divine Master slaying to help, the destruction of Yi Qinghan and the Yi family would be just a matter of raising his hand. Greetings, god-slaying guard. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an urgent matter? The god-slaying guard had just walked into the Divine Master Pavilion when he met the Burning God Guard. The Burning God Guard didn't have the usual flirtatious look. Instead, his face was alternating between red and white, and he looked a little pale. That's right. We have the whereabouts of the Divine Sword. What is the Divine Master doing? The god-slaying guard said excitedly. When he saw the Burning God Guard's expression, he asked hesitantly, Is the Divine Master still playing? Sigh. The Burning God Guard revealed a look of pity and bewilderment. He sighed regretfully and said, Close to 100 people have died over the past few days. If this carries on, there will be a riot in the Divine City. Let's go. Let's go in together. Perhaps the Divine Master will stop killing after hearing the whereabouts of the Divine Sword. The God-slaying guard was also worried. During this period of time, Divine Master Slang's personality had changed drastically. He requested for the Burning God Guards to send him 5 young men and 5 young women the next day. In the end, these people ended up in a tragic state. TSK. My chrysanthemum is ruined. My fungus is red and black. Boo-hoo, father, mother, where are you? Come and save Xiang. Devil beast, I beg you, kill me. The God-slaying guard and the Burning God Guard arrived at the door of the study room. They heard Divine Master Slaying Guard's maniacal laughter from afar, as well as the young women's painful cries for help and the young men's indignant curses. Their expressions changed, and they shook their heads helplessly. At the same time they knelt down. The god-slaying guard gritted his teeth and shouted, "Greetings, Divine Master. I have an important matter to discuss with you." "Get lost." As expected, the two of them heard an enraged bellow. Following that, the sound of a whip and Divine Master slaying guard's maniacal laughter echoed in the study room. There were even more tragic cries. "This, Divine Master, I have received accurate information about the Divine Sword." The god-slaying guard gritted his teeth and spoke in a clear voice. Bam! This time, Divine Master slaying guard didn't curse. Instead, a huge hand floated out from the study room and sent the two of them flying into the sky. This palm strike was so powerful that it caused their chests to cave in. 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted in the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. They struggled for a long time before standing up. It was obvious that they were severely injured. TSK, find another 10 people for me tomorrow. If you can't find them, the 4 of you can wash your buttocks clean and let me play with you. TSK, your chrysanthemums will be destroyed. Your fungus will be red and black. Cough, cough. The god-slaying guard's flirtatious face turned even redder and paler. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His chest was heaving up and down violently, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He only recovered after a long time. His phoenix eyes were filled with grief, indignation, and confusion. He didn't know what to do. Let's go. The Divine Master's mind has been agitated, and his personality is already a little perverted. We can only wait for him to recover before reporting. The god-slaying guard also had goosebumps all over his body. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the study room fearfully and transmitted a message to the god-slaying guard. After pausing for a moment, the god-slaying guard let out a deep sigh. He moved his body with difficulty and walked out. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned red in embarrassment. He transmitted another message, that the Divine Master's exchange must be done well. Otherwise, if he really does that, sigh. Chapter 392. Within a pavilion in the mountains behind the Yi clan, Yi Tianlong glanced at the jade box on the table, then turned to Yi Baihu and said, "Baihu, you should refine it. Your cultivation base is the lowest, and you have no hope of becoming a god in this lifetime. White Tiger, and I should at least have a chance." "Patriarch, there's no need to say too much. The 3 of us know that it's basically impossible to become a god without some sort of special opportunity. At our age, if we still can't cultivate to the 3rd tier of the Saint Realm, then who in history has ever become a god? That dragon was already half a step into the deity ascension realm a few years ago. So why hasn't he taken the final step yet? Don't bring this matter up again," Yi Baihu said as he glanced gratefully at Yi Tianlong, his tone extremely resolute. Yi Qinghan had been gone for half a month, but the 3 of them had been giving in to each other, and had yet to refine the divine crystal. "Patriarch, don't look at me like that. You're still a man, so why did you refine it? To tell you the truth, even if the 2 of us were to leave right now, we would still be leaving with smiles on our faces. If you want to make up for your past regrets, then don't be so wishy-washy. Isn't it just the divine crystal? The 3 of us grew up together, and we're brothers by blood. How could we just watch you leave with regrets? Hurry up and refine it. Yu Shishui is still waiting for you to marry her." When Yi Qingyo saw that Yi Tianlong was looking at him and was about to say something, he couldn't help but explode. He slammed the table, his eyes bulging as if he was about to beat up Yi Tianlong if he didn't refine it. "Fine." Yi Tianlong laughed bitterly. He knew that the 2 of them had probably already made up their minds. He knew that all 3 of them wanted to refine the divine crystal. After all, who didn't want to live forever? Who didn't want to become a god? Now that Yi Qingyo had forced him into a corner, he could only put the divine crystal away and prepare to refine it at night. When he thought about the joke he had made with Yu Shishui on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, he couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. "Clan leader, the elder ancestor wants us to send out a notice to expel little Han from the Yi family. Look, it's already been half a month, so it's about time to send it out." Seeing that the matter had been settled, Yi Baihu smiled in relief. Then he remembered what Yi Ruoshui had told him that day, and began to ask for Yi Tianlong's opinion. It's been hard on this child. He had sacrificed so much for the Yi family, but not only was the Yi family unable to protect him, they even wanted to abolish his position as the young clan leader and expel him from the Yi family. I have really failed as a clan leader. Forget it. You go to the Elder Hall tomorrow and announce this matter. I'll go into seclusion tonight and try to refine the divine crystal as soon as possible. At that time, I'll take over the heavy burden on this child's shoulders. Yi Tianlong let out a heavy sigh. His face was filled with guilt and helplessness. At the same time, he made up his mind to go into seclusion at night until he completely refined the divine crystal. Xiao. After a short moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from outside. A figure flew quickly from the Yi family's castle towards the back of the mountain, attracting the attention of the three people. Yi Jian requests an audience. I have something important to report. The person who flew in from outside was Yi Jian. The three people looked at each other in confusion, but didn't say anything. Yi Tianlong waved his hand and said calmly, "Come in." "What's the matter?" "Father, Grand Elder, please send a message to the elder ancestor." Yi Jian walked in and knelt down on one knee again. Then he said with an agitated expression, "I've discovered something. If the clan doesn't deal with it, it's very possible that the Yi family will be destroyed in a few years. The Yi family's foundation of several thousand years will be destroyed in a day." "What exactly is it? It's actually so serious?" The three people were shocked. Looking at Yi Jian's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Furthermore, he wouldn't dare to joke about such a serious matter. Their expressions all changed. "Father, please invite the elder ancestor here. Only the elder ancestor can decide on this matter." Yi Jian nodded his head solemnly. Then he lowered his head and kowtowed again. "The elder ancestor is in seclusion. If the matter isn't serious, you know the consequences." Yi Tianlong warned Yi Jian, but he still insisted. He could only use the communication jade talisman to tell Yi Ruoshui about the matter. "What's the matter? Speak." After a short moment, Yi Ruoshui's cold voice resounded in the pavilion. Yi Tianlong and the other two people hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the sky. Then, they looked at Yi Jian and listened to him quietly. Yi Jian pays his respects to the elder ancestor. Yi Jian has discovered a major matter. If the elder ancestor doesn't deal with it, within a few years, the Yi family will most likely suffer. When Yi Jian heard this, he knew that it was the number one person in the Yi family who had transmitted his voice to him. He hurriedly became spirited and prepared to give a long and detailed account. "All right, get to the point." However, it was obvious that Yi Ruoshui didn't want to listen to his nonsense and directly interrupted him. Yi Jian's expression became awkward. Then he muttered to himself for a moment. His expression hardened and he said angrily, "Yi Jian pleads with the clan to abolish Yi Qinghan's status as the young clan leader. At the same time, he is expelled from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be implicated by him." Within a few years, when Yi Jian's words came out, the expressions of Yi Tianlong and the other two people changed again. They became extremely unsightly. And Yi Ruoshui once again interrupted Yi Jian's long speech. She directly said two words coldly, "Reason." "Reason." "Yes, elder ancestor, Yi Qinghan is too bold. You don't know that he actually killed Tu Qianjun, the only son of the god-slaying guards. Moreover, I guess that he obtained the divine sword from the god-slaying mountain, but didn't hand it over to the clan. With his selfishness and reckless behavior, how can he lead the Yi family? In the battle outside Song City, his identity will definitely be exposed. At that time, the Divine Master will definitely take action. If the Yi family wants to protect itself, the only way is to expel Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. There is no other way. Of course, in this matter, Yi Jian doesn't have any selfishness. He is only thinking of the interests of the clan. The heavens and the earth can bear witness." Yi Jian's expression was impassioned. He explained bitterly. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He decided to take a gamble. If Yi Ruoshui didn't know about this matter, then it was very likely that he would win. If she knew, he could just say that he didn't know about it and push the matter aside. "Sky Dragon, you handle it." However, after he finished speaking, Yi Ruoshui didn't express any opinion. She directly threw the matter to Yi Tianlong. When he looked at Yi Tianlong in confusion, he discovered that Yi Tianlong's battle aura had instantly surged. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his entire body was faintly trembling. His murderous aura was overbearing. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu, who were beside him, also had looks of pain and disappointment on their faces. Bang! Yi Tianlong didn't waste any words. He directly punched Yi Jian's chest, which had just straightened up. The fierce battle aura sent Yi Jian flying through the wooden walls of the loft, causing the entire loft to shake. You have two choices. First, get out of the Yi family. Second, go to the condemnation cliff. If you don't cultivate to the god level and think things through, you don't need to come out. Looking at Yi Tianlong's cold gaze, he said a few words and then flicked his sleeves and left. Yi Jian didn't care about the blood that flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. However, Yi Jian's eyes stared blankly at the large hole in the wooden wall of the loft. He knew that this time he had lost the gamble. Moreover, he had lost completely. Hehe, is this the hidden island? It's so big and beautiful. In the vast sea, a large ship that was dozens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide was breaking through the waves. In front of it, there was an island that looked like a giant turtle shell. There were green trees and flowers everywhere, and the scenery was pleasing to the eye. On the deck of the ship, Yi Qinghan, Hua Xia, and the others were enjoying the sea breeze as they looked at the giant island in front of them. They looked very happy. Yi Qinggu was the most excited. Her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at the giant island, and her bell-like laughter rang out on the deck. Yes, this is the hidden island, also known as the Sinful Island. Although Luo Hua City was not very far from the hidden island, the elders of the Hua family had never brought him to the hidden island before. They said that it was a den of gangsters and bandits, afraid that he would learn bad things if he went there. However, many of the Hua family's secret guards behind the deck had been here before, so Hua Xia answered Yi Qingwu's question with certainty. The Sinful Island? Yi Qinghan gently stroked Yi Qingyu's silver hair that was blown by the sea breeze. He thought of Yin Sha and Yin Dang's fancy clothes and their rascally appearance. He chuckled and said, "We'll stay on the island for 3 days. After that, we'll buy some tools and hire a guide. Then we'll set off for Purple Island." Although his current strength and the existence of Elder Lu, he was not afraid of anyone on the hidden island. However, since this place was called the Sinful Island, and it was also a den of gangsters and bandits, it was probably not a good place. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he prepared to leave as soon as possible. He did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. As the ship continued to move forward for a distance, more than 10 small boats with sharp horns suddenly shot towards them from the front. Every small boat had a pink skull flag hanging on it. The front was full of people. All of them had sharp swords hanging on their waists and crossbows in their hands. Their expressions were very unfriendly. The people in front, "Listen up, you have been surrounded. Surrender, and you will be spared. Otherwise you will be killed." Following a delicate shout, everyone on the ship, except for Ru Yen who was a little nervous, laughed. Yi Qinghan and Hua Xia looked at each other, and revealed a trace of rumination at the same time. In the end, they could not help but laugh out loud. Since when did the hidden island have a group of female pirates? I wonder if they want to rob us of our money or our bodies. The leader of the Hua family's secret guards touched his head in doubt, but his eyes were lasciviously looking at the small boat on the left. The woman who was wearing an even more voluptuous body was the one who shouted just now. His mouth started to swallow his saliva continuously. Chapter 393. There were more than 20 small boats in front of them, and they were all neatly manned by women. They were all dressed in bright armor, and they all had silver swords and black crossbows. Most importantly, they were all delicate beauties, but they all looked so fierce. It was very comical no matter how one looked at it. The woman who had shouted was obviously the leader, because the other women were all wearing black leather armor, and she was the only one wearing red leather armor. Furthermore, her figure was the most voluptuous, and her looks were relatively better. Her breasts looked like they were going to burst through the leather armor, and they could scare a cow to death. Everyone saw that the people in front of the boat weren't nervous or afraid when they heard their leaders shout. Instead, Yi Qinghan and Flora laughed in disdain. Their expressions changed, and the woman in red snorted coldly. She waved her delicate hand and shouted, "How dare you? Shoot for me." "Wait." Seeing the woman in red wave her hand, all the women in black's expressions turned cold. They raised the crossbows in their hands and aimed at them. Then they quickly placed their hands on the trigger, and were about to shoot. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. The few of them were not afraid of these little things, but there were still a group of ordinary mortals who were in charge of operating the ship. If they were accidentally hurt, he would feel guilty. Thus he gave Flora a look, then squinted his eyes and said to the woman in red, "Tell me, what do you want? Purple crystal coins?" Flora was very displeased with this group of women who looked down on their lives. However, he could tell from Yi Qinghan's tone that he wasn't going to cause trouble. Thinking that this was their territory, he didn't flare up. He gave a look to his dark guards and got them to protect the ordinary people. What's wrong? Are you scared? You people from the mainland are all spineless. Purple crystal coins? Do I look like I'm short of purple crystal coins? The woman in red looked at Yi Qinghan in disdain. She shrugged her shoulders and laughed coldly, but it caused her breasts to swell. She stared at Yi Qinghan and the rest with glowing eyes, then laughed delicately. "All right, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. I'm interested in the 4 people on your boat. Hand them over and I'll spare your lives. Of course, leave all your treasures behind." Hand him over? Not only was he robbing them of their wealth, but he was also robbing them of their bodies. Yi Qinghan and the flowers and plants looked at each other, and saw a row of black lines on each other's foreheads. The hidden island was indeed a den of bandits. Even the women were so fierce, and they actually wanted to kidnap them to be the men of the stronghold. On the other hand, the leader of the Hua family's secret guards, Hua Rou, was excited. Even though there were many men on the ship, other than the 2 young masters, she seemed to be the only one who looked slightly more powerful and handsome. The thought of being dragged into a cave with the 2 young masters by a group of female pirates, and being whipped by a group of women every night. He could not help but tremble. He almost blurted out that he would agree to their unreasonable request on behalf of the 2 young masters. "Change your request. This, don't even think about it. I've already sworn that in this lifetime, other than Ruyan, no one else can do that to me." "Bah, that's not right." "Yes, it was with me. I've turned over a new leaf." "Ugh, that's still not right. I've always been clean and virtuous." "Young Master Han, is that what you said?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and did not know what to say. However, the flowers and plants were extremely flirtatious, and pulled Ru Yen to reject this rude request with righteous indignation. "Pooh." The moment she opened her mouth, Ru Yen was stunned by the flowers and plants' words. Yi Qinggu, who was at the side, burst into laughter and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with a smile. It was as if she was blaming Yi Qinghan for leading Hua Rou astray. At the beginning, their appearances were similar in Black Tortoise City, but now, after following Yi Qinghan for a period of time, their hoodlum's words were exactly the same. "Bah. You damned ladyboy, get lost. I want to vomit when I see you. Young miss is right. All men in the world are the same. None of them are good. Look at you. A damned ladyboy, a pretty boy, and a group of charcoal heads. Which one of you is good?" When the lady in red heard this, she immediately flew into a rage and scolded loudly. Her expression was extremely disdainful, as if she had swallowed a fly. After that, she actually looked at Ru Yen and Yu Qingqing with a pair of lustful eyes. Her tone actually became gentle. "This old lady wants these 4 beauties. For little sisters, don't be afraid. Follow me back to the island. Eldest miss will take good care of you. Damned ladyboy, pretty boy. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand them over, I'll shoot them." "Bah, shameless." This time, all the men on the boat touched their noses and looked at each other. They were stunned at the same time. However, Yi Qinggu looked at them coldly and spat angrily at the lady in red. Yu Qingqing and Ru Yan's faces instantly turned red. They turned away shyly, while Yi Qingyu blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan. She did not understand what he meant. "I'll leave it to you. Don't go overboard." When Yi Qinghan saw that the group of women raised their crossbows and were about to shoot again, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked at Flora and plants and said coldly. Then he pulled Yu Qingqing and the other two inside. The lady in red had the highest realm among this group of women, and she was only at the overlord realm. However, this group of women actually dared to snatch his woman. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Shoot for me. When the lady in red saw that Yi Qinghan actually left with his men, her expression turned cold. She waved her hand, and her subordinates started to take action. Throw all of them into the sea. When Flora saw that Yi Qinghan had given the order, he had no more scruples. He gave the order to the dark guards. At the same time, he carried Ru Yan and started to chase after Yi Qinghan. Swish. The leader of the dark guards, Hua Rou, also had a cold expression and smiled sinisterly. This group of women actually called him a charcoal head? They actually looked down on him? He decided to personally give that lady in red an unforgettable memory. With a wave of his hand, the 12 dark guards separated into two groups. One group guarded the ship while the other 6 started to move stealthily with him. They suddenly disappeared from the deck. Rustle, rustle. Countless sharp arrows shot over. However, there were 6 Emperor Realm Hua clan martial experts blocking the front of the deck. 6 different kinds of weapons were brandished in an airtight manner. They easily blocked all the sharp arrows. At the same time, the remaining 6 dark guards appeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they actually sneaked behind them. Because Yi Qinghan and Hua Rou had instructed, they didn't use weapons. However, they didn't hold back either. Each of them extended a leg and kicked the lady in blacks but heavily. She directly fell into the sea. People from the Hua clan? You dare to make a move? My grandfather is the Hidden Pavilion's 6th elder. When the lady in red saw that the 7 people on the ship suddenly disappeared, she knew that she was in trouble. She quickly shouted and at the same time, her battle aura surged. She suddenly turned around and attacked the back. However, when she turned around, she saw 2 big hands grabbing at her chest with lightning speed. At the same time, a leg from below kicked her lower abdomen heavily. Ouch! The lady in red felt that the 2 soft spots on her chest were suddenly grabbed by someone. At the same time, they were ruthlessly kneaded a few times. For a moment, she forgot to counterattack. When her lower abdomen was kicked and sent flying, she finally shouted in pain. Hua Rou, if they dare to be arrogant again, I'll let them soak in the water for a day. Set sail. Hua Rou and the others who were having fun on the ship faintly sent a message. Yi Qinghan sat beside a round table on the deck of the ship. He leisurely took the tea that Ru Yan passed to him. He thought of Yin Dang and Yin Sha. They seemed to be the grandsons of some elder or something. He sighed softly. They were all hedonistic young masters. The young masters and young mistresses of the Hidden Island seemed to have a slightly heavy taste. Chapter 394. How dare you treat me like this? I'm not done with you, and you still dare to go to the Hidden City? Prepare to die. The lady in red struggled to fly up in the water, but she was sneakily attacked by Hua Rou again. She was smashed into the water again, and she was touched by him a few times. After a few times, she simply stayed in the water and cursed. Her leather armor was soaked in the water, and the 2 snow-white mounds on her chest were even more terrifying. This was a feast for Hua Rou's eyes, and she had even more fun. Hua Rou vaguely knew about Yi Qinghan's identity and strength. It was rare for her to have a chance to bully others and play with the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's elder. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Meanwhile, the other 6 were getting more intimate with the group of ladies. Ladies kept climbing onto the boat, but before they could do anything, a black hand appeared on their buttocks and slapped them down. At the same time, the black hand didn't forget to take advantage of them, making them cry out in anger. Change of plans. Let's go to the big city in front to buy some stuff and hire a guide. We'll leave immediately. This matter will be quite troublesome. Let Hua Rou and the rest come back. The boat broke through the waves and advanced slowly. Yi Qinghan didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned his head and spoke to Hua Rou. This time he wasn't here to play. Since he beat up the granddaughter of an elder, wouldn't he be waiting for trouble if he stayed on the Hidden Island for a few more days? Hua Rou originally wanted to go to the Hidden Island to have some fun. With Yi Qinghan around, she wasn't afraid of anything happening. But since Yi Qinghan had spoken, She couldn't say anything more. She directly transmitted a message to Huarou and asked them to come back. The boat started to speed up and left the small boats far behind. An hour later, the big city in front was already in sight. Meanwhile, there were more and more boats nearby. When they got close to the port, Yi Qinghan's boat was already submerged in all kinds of big and small boats. So lively. The few of them stood on the deck. Yi Qinghan and Huarou wore their bamboo hats, while Yu Qingqing and the rest wore their veils. They started to size up this big city in the sea. From Huarou, they found out that this was the biggest city in the hidden island. The hidden island's hidden pavilion was located on a high mountain outside the city. Because the hidden island's island lord had established the hidden pavilion outside the city, the hidden city had slowly become bigger and more prosperous. Finally, it had become the largest city of the hidden island. Those people are so scary. Are they monsters? At this moment, Ru Yan, who had rarely spoken, suddenly reached out her hand and pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians on the pier. She pulled at her flowery robe and cried out in alarm. On the other hand, Yi Qinggu and the others were enjoying the foreign scenery with interest. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Don't be afraid. The human race, barbarian race, and demon race live together on the hidden island. Because the hidden island's island master is a human, the human race is slightly more powerful. The one with the tail and the one with the hair are from the demon race, and the giant over there is from the barbarian race. Don't be afraid, they just look scary, they're not powerful at all. Back then, I killed many demons and barbarians. Huarou forgot that Ru Yan had never seen the demon race and barbarian race before. She was frightened by their terrifying appearance. Seeing that Ru Yan still didn't believe her, she pulled Yi Qinghan and said, "You really don't have to be afraid. Young Master Han killed at least hundreds of barbarians and demons on the Netherworld Island. He even killed the son of the demon race's Saint Venerable. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qing Cheng and the others." Ru Yan had never practiced martial arts before. She was used to hearing the rumors of the barbarian race eating raw human flesh, and the demon race sucking human blood. At this moment, it was the first time she saw such ferocious and terrifying appearances of the demon race and barbarian race. She was indeed frightened. After Huarou and Yu Qingqing comforted her for a while, she slowly regained her calmness. However, she didn't dare to get off the boat no matter how they persuaded her. "Okay, Huarou, you and Ru Yan stay on the boat. The three of us will go for a stroll and buy some stuff. We'll also hire a guide. Once we return, we'll go straight to the Purple Island. If there's anything, just release the signal flare." Yi Qinghan saw that Ru Yan was like this, and then he saw that Yi Qinggu and the others were full of interest. He could only instruct Huarou and the others to stay behind to protect the two of them. He only brought along a secret guard who was familiar with the hidden city, and disembarked the boat with the three ladies. They walked into the city. Divine City, Immortal Slaying Pavilion. The God-slaying guard looked at the three divine guards sitting opposite him with some distress. Recently, because of the Divine Master's special hobby, young men and women kept disappearing in the Divine City. This had already caused a great panic in the Divine City. A few dozen people disappearing might be a small matter, but when there were close to 1,000 people disappearing continuously, it would naturally cause suspicion and panic in all the residents of the Divine City. The Immortal Slaying Pavilion and the other three pavilions had to accept complaints from countless people every day, and there were even more residents who started to use all kinds of reasons to escape the Divine City. "My lord, we have to think of a solution. If this goes on, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. There will definitely be a large-scale riot in the city, and by then, everyone in the city will run away." The God-slaying guard panted heavily with his garlic nose. He was in charge of enforcing the law in the Divine City, and there were many people who went to him to beat the drum and complain about their grievances. This gave him a headache, and he had no choice but to summon the other two god positions to the God-slaying guard to discuss a solution. What solution can there be? If we don't send them over, what if the Divine Master flies into a rage? We have to suppress it even if we can't. God-slaying guard, from tomorrow onwards, if the Divine Master still wants people, capture their entire family and throw them into the God's prison. If anyone dares to create trouble, capture them as well. Mobilize all the secret guards and capture those who spread rumors. Seal the city gates. In the future, only people can enter and not leave. The god-slaying guard laughed bitterly. There was no other way. The Divine Master had said that if he didn't send them over, the 4 of them would do it. Anyway, as long as the Divine Master didn't recover, he planned to continue capturing people. It didn't matter even if the Divine City collapsed. As long as the Divine Master recovered, he could use his strength to build another one. This sigh. The God-slaying guard, God-burning guard, and God-slaying guard looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. If this carried on, the Divine City would collapse sooner or later. By then, only the Divine Master and the 4 of them would be left, and they would have to do it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. At this moment, a horrifying laughter suddenly sounded from the immortal slaying pavilion, giving the 4 of them a shock. After being stunned for a moment, the 4 of them immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted at the same time, "Greetings to the Divine Master." Tisk, tsk, tsk. I remember that a few days ago, you said that there was news of the Divine Sword? The Divine Master's voice seemed to have become much sharper after that stimulation, causing the 4 of them to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. It was as though they heard metal tools rubbing against each other, causing their bodies to shiver. Yes, Divine Master. The 4 of their eyes lit up. The Divine Master seemed to have recovered from the situation. The god-slaying guard quickly bowed and shouted in a deep voice, "According to the news from a soul slave, I have basically confirmed that the Divine Sword is with the young clan head of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. Of course, there is a small possibility that it is with Yi Ruoshui. Moreover, Qianjun has confirmed that he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Divine Master, please help me." Tsk, tsk, tsk. Yi Qinghan? The Divine Master laughed and fell silent. He seemed to be recalling something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission. "The Yi Qinghan who owns the soul-devouring beast? Tsk, tsk, tsk. I seem to have heard that this Yi Qinghan is a handsome young man? This seems to be the case." The 4 of them looked embarrassed. This Divine Master didn't seem to have recovered fully. The god-slaying guard suddenly thought of something and reminded, "Divine Master, this Yi Qinghan is related to that old thing from the Dark Forest. Do you think we should consider this matter at length?" "Old thing? Tsk, tsk, tsk. The old thing doesn't dare to kill me. I have already contacted the family. Once I die, the family will know. The old thing will be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team. So what if she is a god emperor? Once she is targeted by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, she will be dead. All right, I will take action. Wait for my good news at night." Divine Master too sent a cold voice transmission. He was laughing maniacally at one moment and resentful at the next. He was like a lunatic. Just when the 4 of them were wondering why the Divine Master said to wait for the good news at night, Divine Master too sent another voice transmission. "Send 10 men to me now. Tsk, tsk, tsk. They are all dead again. This is so boring." Chapter 395. Yi Qinghan led the 3 of them into the city while enjoying the sea breeze. He was enjoying the unique architecture of the hidden city and the unique dressing of the pedestrians on the road. The buildings of the hidden city were mainly wooden houses, made of a kind of black ironwood that was resistant to moisture, cold, and corrosion. Moreover, they weren't tall, only 1 story at most. The roofs were pointed, and the doors weren't like the ones in the Flame Dragon continent, which were pushed outward or inward. Instead, they moved to both sides and had wooden floors inside. The clothes of the pedestrians on the road were mainly fancy. Their robes were very wide, their hair was in a bun, and their foreheads were very smooth. They wore wooden shoes that made a d-d sound as they walked. Most of them had a long blade or a thin sword at their waist. The pedestrians on the road all had a very leisurely and lazy appearance, swaying left and right as they walked along the main road. There were people from all 3 races, and it was obvious that they were used to each other's existence. They walked their own way and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They were at ease, but after a while, Yi Qinghan and the others felt very uncomfortable. Because the 3 of them were obviously dressed like people from the Flame Dragon continent, they attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the road. But this wasn't important. What was important was that the gazes of the pedestrians on the street were filled with naked evil intentions when they looked at the three women. The red light in their eyes was very obvious and not pretentious at all. It was as if a group of hungry wolves had seen a little fat sheep. Later, when Yi Qinghan discovered that there were actually people looking at him with such gazes, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He snorted coldly and was a little angry, but he didn't make a move. He just directly stunned those who pretended to come over unintentionally. Then he quickly left with the three of them. It wasn't that he didn't think of killing people to intimidate them, but when he thought that the whole street was like this, could he kill all of them? Brother, these people's gazes are so annoying. Yi Qingyu leaned towards Yi Qinghan, feeling very uncomfortable. She frowned and said with disgust, "We bought something and will leave immediately. You can just treat them as a group of hungry wolves. This hidden island should be renamed to Sex Island." Yi Qinghan gently patted her back and comforted her. Thinking of the group of female pirates just now, he felt that this hidden island was exactly the same as a small island in his previous life that was famous for its sexual violence and perverts. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the 4 islands in the East Sea in his previous life were also inhabited by criminals exiled from ancient China? Otherwise, why would it be so chaotic? "Young master, this way is the trade fair of the hidden city. You can buy anything there." The secret guard of the Hua family led the way in front. The few of them moved at a fast speed. After half an hour, they had already passed through countless streets. Finally, they turned into a street and walked into a super large courtyard house. Yi Qinghan walked in and found that it was even livelier inside, but it was clear that the layout of the building was very good. There were countless rows of buildings inside, and there was a wide street between each row. The inside of the building was the same as the outside, but there was no door between the front and back of the building. There were only a few empty pillars supporting the front and back of the building, and customers could walk through the shop. What is this? Bah, so embarrassing. The few of them looked forward. Other than the secret guard, Yi Qinghan and the others looked at the same time. Their expressions changed at the same time. Yi Qingyu was the most shy. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands and burrowed into Yi Qinghan's embrace. She didn't dare to raise her head to take another look. Even though Yu Qingqing had always been calm and collected in front of everything, she also became very unnatural at this moment. Her body started to squirm. Yi Qingwu was even more direct. She spat on the ground and shouted delicately. Then she turned around and walked over. "Your second master's island is indeed a sex island. There's actually such a thing." On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's eyes were shining. He looked at the countless cages inside the row of shops in front of the street. He especially looked at the cage that was used as a signboard outside the shop. He suddenly became excited. His eyes bulged so much that they were bigger than Yi Qingyu's. This looked like a street of pets. Every shop had cages of the same color, but the pets in the cages were all humans. They were women. Beautiful women. This wasn't important. What was important was that these women were almost all naked. They only used a few pieces of floral cloth to cover their private parts. They were like animals crawling around in the cages. There was even a chain tied around their snow-white necks. From time to time, they would lick their scarlet tongues and let out seductive moans towards the passers-by. And the customers on the street were gathered in front of these cages. They seemed to be looking at goods. They were carefully sizing them up. Occasionally, they would let out a burst of lewd laughter, and occasionally stretch out their hands to pat them. Hee, this is a specialty of the hidden island. Sex slaves and human pets. "Young master, do you want to buy a few to guard the door?" When the secret guard saw Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, he secretly thought that he had led him in the right direction. He laughed mischievously and suggested in a low voice, "Idiot. No. Scoundrel. Do you think this young master is that kind of person? Didn't your young master tell you that I hate this kind of thing the most? Why aren't you leading the way to buy powder and flint? And where are we going to find a guide? Let's go, let's go. This thing is too disgusting. I can't stand it anymore." When the secret guard of the Hua family said this, Yi Qinghan saw 3 gazes locked onto him at the same time. He hastily retracted his gaze. His face was solemn. He looked straight ahead and started to rebuke in a righteous manner. But in his heart he was cursing incessantly. The subordinates of the flora and fauna were indeed idiots. If they were Yi Shisan's subordinates, they would have brought him here secretly. When the secret guard saw this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He walked forward. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look anymore. He walked past this area before he dared to open his eyes and look around. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the shops behind the human pet street were actually a row of shops that were full of equipment. There were whips, leather sheaths, hemp ropes, and oddly shaped items that resembled some kind of human organ. It was a dazzling lineup. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He called out to the three women and told them not to look. Then he ran into the distance as if he was fleeing. After a while, he finally arrived at the last few rows of shops. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He saw that there were only a few rows of shops that sold daily necessities in such a large trade area. Yi Qinghan once again felt the power of this hidden island. It was no wonder that the passers-by he met on the road had eyes full of evil. It turned out that the entire island's atmosphere was like this. It seemed that some kind of special culture had been formed. In Black Tortoise City, Yi Qinghan had bought countless tools. But he had forgotten to buy flints, anti-poisonous insect powder, and some miscellaneous items for living on the island. After all, he was bringing a few delicate beauties with him. Some things had to be as detailed as possible. At the same time, the most important thing was that they all knew that the Purple Island was in the east of the Hidden Island. But no one had ever been there. It was impossible for them to trouble Old Deer to use his divine sense to scan the area and determine the direction. Then they would continue sailing. They turned into a grocery shop. When the shop owner saw that there were guests, he came over to greet them happily. But, when he saw Yu Qingqing and the others, he immediately looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't move his eyes away. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and directly used a body fusion technique to stun him. Then he directly picked up the things he needed in the shop. At the same time, he asked the secret guard to go out and find a guide. They stood in the shop and waited for him. They didn't dare to go out again. Half an hour later, the secret guard hurriedly came back with a person. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. The Hidden Island was not too far away from the Purple Island. Moreover, the people of the Hidden Island had basically gone out to sea, so it was easy to find a guide. Moreover, this time, the secret guard had learned his lesson. He didn't dare to bring a man with him. Instead, he brought a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Without any scruples about the ambiguous look that the middle-aged woman gave him, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and signaled everyone to go back. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Of course, it was because he had brought Yu Qingqing and the others with him. Being looked at like that by his wife, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. If he had come alone, he would have been a little interested. Wow, this time, we actually bought such a good thing. Inji, you have made a great contribution. Several people's battle chi surged. The secret guard took the guide and ran quickly on the road. However, at the entrance of the trade area, they were blocked by a group of people. Moreover, Yi Qinghan also heard a familiar voice. After thinking about it, he remembered that it was the voice of the young master of the Hidden Island, Yin Dang. Chapter 396. It really was a small world. What a small world! Yi Qinghan shook his head. However, he remembered that this was someone else's hometown, and Yin Dang liked this kind of thing. It wasn't strange to meet him here. Yi Qinghan was afraid of trouble, and was about to fly back with Yu Qingqing and the others. However, they were discovered by Yin Dang's people. Their targets were too obvious. Although Yu Qingqing and the other two masked their faces, they were definitely beauties. Others didn't dare to provoke them, but the people around Yin Dang did. Wow, what a rare beauty! Voila! As soon as he shouted, the people around him immediately reacted. They were like a group of hungry dogs that had seen a few pieces of delicious meat and bones, and they immediately surrounded him. All of them stared at the three with lustful eyes. Some even pointed at them and started commenting. TSK, 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 beauties from the Flaming Dragon continent? What day is it today? Why is my luck so heaven-defying? I can't not feel good tonight. Yin Dang pushed away the people around him and looked at the three of them carefully. The passion in his eyes seemed to melt the three of them. He was a veteran. He could tell that the three of them were beauties. There was only one person on the island who could compare to them. However, he didn't dare to think about it. Of course, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he probed them. After all, the man's battle aura was leaking and he couldn't sense her realm. The black-faced man behind her was the same as him. He was at the first level of the Imperial Realm. He must be a young master of a big family if he had an Imperial Realm bodyguard. Young master, don't do anything. The man with the bamboo hat is very strong. As soon as Indang finished speaking, a Peak Emperor Realm expert sent by his grandfather suddenly transmitted a message to him, causing his expression to change. Just as he was about to continue probing further, unexpectedly, he suddenly saw a familiar purple light up, and then he fell into an illusion. Indang, take your men and scram. Otherwise, I won't make you kneel down on the ground. I will make you sleep in the ground forever. When Indang woke up, he heard a cold voice transmission and felt a slight pain in his stomach. This shocked him greatly. After slowly examining it, he discovered that it was only a cut on his leather robe, and only a little bit of his skin was torn. He recalled the familiar voice and the bewitching purple light. Hidden Island suddenly woke up with a start. She covered her chest and retreated in horror while shouting, "It's you? It's you. Yi Qinghan. All of you stand down." The others were also clutching their abdomens in fear. After they woke up, they discovered that their abdomens were cut open at the same time. If the wound had gone any deeper, their cultivation would have been completely destroyed. "Young master, let's go." The expression of the old man beside Indang also changed. He was at the peak of the Emperor Realm, but this person seemed to have used some kind of evil technique on him. He felt dizzy and his stomach was easily cut open. This person was so powerful that he could easily kill everyone here. It was obvious that this person was holding back. He was afraid that Indang would do something extreme and anger this person. That would be the end of him. "Humph, if you provoke me again, you know the consequences." Yi Qinghan had been suppressing his anger ever since he came to the island. Now he couldn't hold it in any longer and taught them a lesson. Seeing that the three women's expressions softened a little because of his attack, Yi Qinghan secretly cursed his bad luck. He turned around and informed the secret guard. He nodded to the three women and prepared to fly to the ship and leave the island. Swish. At this time, three people quickly flew over from the sky. This made Yi Qinghan's slightly better expression turn gloomy again. Indang, who had a gloomy expression, saw the three people flying over from the sky and his expression became complicated. Indang's subordinates subconsciously shrank their heads when they saw the three people in the sky. They seemed to be very afraid of these three people. The pedestrians in the trade area, who were ready to watch the show, quickly left in a panic when they saw the three people coming. It was as if they had seen a dreadful beast. "Greetings to eldest Miss Fei or Lord May." The three people had obviously locked onto this side and quickly landed to the side. When Indang and the others saw the three people land, they quickly stood up and bowed their heads to the three people and respectfully greeted them. The three people who came were three women. The one on the left was actually the red-clothed female pirate leader. The one in the middle was a great beauty whose appearance and figure were not inferior to Yi Qinggu. She couldn't tell how old she was. Her face looked very pure and elegant, but her eyes were full of cold arrogance. Her figure was even more fiery than the red-clothed female pirate leader. She had huge breasts, a slender waist, and a pair of straight and smooth legs. She wore a black leather skirt that was even more fiery than Yi Qingwu's fiery outfit in the past. It was shorter and a bit tighter. Her figure could be said to be the best that Yi Qinghan had ever seen. However, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look at her for too long. After all, Yi Qingwu and the others were at his side. Instead, he looked at the person on the right with interest. This was a mature woman. She was even more mature than Yunyang from Yulu. She was even more charming. Her pair of watery eyes looked at Yi Qinghan, as if they could steal his soul. However, what Yi Qinghan paid attention to was not her eyes. Instead, it was her strength. She was actually a martial saint expert. Who was this woman? She actually had a martial saint protecting her? What a grand show. Leave these three women behind and you can scram. Otherwise die. The child-faced, big-breasted, coldly arrogant woman didn't even look at Indang or Yi Qinghan. Instead, She coldly swept her gaze over Yu Qingcheng and the others. Her words almost made Yi Qinghan choke on the saliva that he hadn't swallowed. This matter was getting more and more chaotic. Yi Qinghan looked at the woman's posture and the reactions of the people beside her. He roughly guessed that this woman was probably the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's great elder. She must have the same status as Yin Sha, or maybe even higher. Yin Dang, I don't want to cause trouble. Let Yin Sha come and see me. Yi Qinghan didn't want to make the matter bigger. He didn't pay attention to the woman. Instead, he directly said to Yin Dang. He remembered that Yin Sha owed him a favor in Barbarian City. He didn't want to provoke a group of Hidden Island's elders into a big battle. So, he could only let Yin Sha come forward to mediate. Eldest miss, this person is the Yi Qinghan I told you about. He said that the people of Hidden Island are all idiots. Moreover, he rudely injured more than 10 of us just now. He almost crippled our cultivation. I beg eldest miss to uphold justice for us. Yin Dang acted as if he didn't hear Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, he slightly shrunk his head, leaned over, and complained in a low voice to this incomparably seductive woman. Pa. Useless things. What else can you do besides play with women? A group of idiots whose brains have been drilled by sperm. You've lost the face of Hidden Island. You men are all trash. When the woman heard Yin Dang's words, her complexion became even colder. She directly raised her hand and heavily slapped Yin Dang's face. The slap sent him flying, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. She lightly clapped her hands. Then, her gaze fell on Yi Qinghan for the first time. Her complexion became even colder. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had ignored her words. This made her very angry. She sneered. I thought you were a pretty boy. It seems like you have some substance. It's a pity. Today you've provoked this young Mississippi. Let alone Yin Sha. Even if you summon the Heavenly King, this young miss won't put you in my eyes. Kneel on the ground and lick this young miss' toes. Then maybe I'll spare your life. Whether you have substance or not, you can't tell by looking. You have to fight with real swords and guns to know. Do you want to fight with me? Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. He reached out to take off his bamboo hat and threw it to the side. He raised his head and met the woman's cold gaze. The corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear as he directly shouldered the hat. He had been very low-key. But it seemed that this woman was not just overbearing on Hidden Island. Her status was actually above Yin Sha. Since he couldn't reason with her, he was prepared to fight with her to thoroughly convince her. This woman, if he didn't give her some color to see, she would really think that he was a big bull. Young miss, this person is a saint-level expert. I don't have the confidence to defeat him. How about forget it? When Mei Darren saw Yi Qinghan's young face and his evil smile, the charm in her eyes became even more intense. However, she felt Yi Qinghan's overbearing, imposing manner. She was slightly startled and whispered to the beautiful woman. Saint level? On Hidden Island. Even a dragon would have to kneel before this young Mississippi. Today, this young miss will let you taste the 18 tortures of Hidden Island. When the incomparably beautiful woman heard this, she raised her head and laughed wildly. The pair of peerless big breasts on her chest trembled violently, as if they were about to break out of her armor. After laughing wildly for a while, she suddenly stretched out her beautiful white hand and touched the leather armor on her chest. All the men present swallowed their saliva. When their noses were about to spurt out, she pulled out a small black command token. A pair of phoenix eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan. She raised the command token into the air and tenderly shouted, "Release the signal. Summon the 13 elders of Hidden Island. Kill this person for me." Hidden Island command token? When the people of Hidden Island saw this, they were all shocked. This command token represented the will of the Hidden Island Lord. No one dared to disobey. For a moment, countless signal flares quickly rose into the sky, illuminating half of the sky of Hidden Island. Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh as his stubborn temper flared up. With a swipe of his freedom ring, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He suddenly swung it forward, and his battle chi soared. A green blade wave shot out as he pointed at the flirtatious woman and coldly said, "Haha, since this young master's debut, I have never been forced to kneel before anyone, let alone under a woman's pomegranate skirt. Come woman, Let this young master see how awesome you are. Chapter 397. Yi Qinghan's arrogant behavior surprised all the people present. This person. Is he really crazy or stupid? Eldest young miss has issued a hidden island order to summon the 13 elders. But not only did he not run away, was he not afraid? He even dared to provoke and insult him? The people of the hidden island and the group of young masters were stunned for a moment before laughing sinisterly. Yin Dang covered his mouth, forgetting the pain. In the barbarian city, Yi Qinghan humiliated him, making him not dare to go out for a month after returning to the hidden island. And just now he hurt himself. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Now seeing Yi Qinghan's arrogance, he became even more excited. Where is this? This is the hidden island. He alone can fight the entire hidden island? Lady Mei looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably overbearing aura, but her face turned serious. This young man can cultivate to the sage realm at such a young age. It can be said to be unprecedented. Now that he is so arrogant, there must be a mountain behind him? And the island master did not appear to stop the eldest young miss' crazy behavior. Could it be that there is a deeper meaning? Does he want to use the eldest young miss to suppress the person behind this arrogant young man? The eldest young miss' name is Yinling, the granddaughter of the hidden island master. Yinling, has no parents, and the people of the hidden island do not know whether she is the island master's granddaughter or someone else. From childhood to adulthood, the island master rarely cares about her, just throwing her to the 13 elders and letting them take care of her. Yinling grew up under the extreme care of the 13 elders. Her appearance is outstanding, and her talent is amazing. In addition, the island master does not care about her. The 13 elders spoil and even indulge her, and the young masters on the island revolve around her. Thus, she has developed an incomparably arrogant little overlord temperament. On the hidden island, except for the 13 elders, all the men who see her either run around her like a dog or run away. In addition, the men of the hidden island have an obscene atmosphere, so Yinling looks down on the men of the hidden island, thinking that men are all waste, all dogs. Sexual orientation is also a matter of course. Just now Yin Fei suddenly came to report that she found several beauties of the same level as her. Of course, she didn't say anything and immediately activated the hidden pavilion's intelligence system. She immediately discovered Yi Qinghan's group of 4 and rushed over immediately. The 3 beauties didn't disappoint her and made her very excited. However, the man surrounded by the 3 of them made her even more excited. How many years has it been? She finally met a pure man like her grandfather. A young man who dared to say that she was more capable than a cow. A man who seemed to have guts? Of course, it was obvious that she wasn't going to use her unparalleled womanly charm to conquer him. She didn't have the time or interest to make him stick out his tongue under her pomegranate skirt and smile. She was prepared to use the most direct method, violence, to make him kneel down. She wanted him to understand that other than her grandfather, any other man could only kneel down in front of her. Xiao. Before the fireworks in the sky had settled, 3 black figures rose from the hidden city. At the same time, 10 black figures flew out from the mountain outside the city. The 13 of them were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already landed on the scene. Miss, are you all right? The 13 of them were about the same age as Yi Qinghu. They were all humans and weren't tall. As soon as they landed, one of them immediately used his saint domain to seal off the scene. At the same time they all surrounded Yinling. Seeing that Yinling was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then several of them glanced at Yi Qinghan coldly. One of them was the first to shout angrily. Who are you? How dare you use force against First Miss? Do you want to die? You're actually a saint at such a young age? Which family's disciple are you from? Why did you come to the hidden island to cause trouble? One of the elders suddenly sensed Yi Qinghan's strength and became bewildered. Was bewildered. This person was actually able to break through to the saint realm at such a young age. Putting aside talent, it at least meant one thing. He was a disciple of a large family. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. Yinling was obviously dissatisfied with the attitude of the 13 elders. She snorted coldly and a cold look shot out from her eyes. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who cares which family he's from? How dare he humiliate me and take advantage of me? Take him down." "This, young man, aren't you going to apologize to First Miss? No one will be able to save you if First Miss gets angry." "That's right. How dare you humiliate First Miss and take advantage of her? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize." The 13 elders hurriedly criticized Yi Qinghan. Their expressions were very angry and their tone was very agitated. However, their eyes were constantly shooting meaningful glances at Yi Qinghan. However, none of them made a move. As soon as they saw the 3 beautiful women beside Yi Qinghan, they could roughly guess what was going on. Basically, all the beautiful women in the hidden city had been toyed with by First Mississippi. Now that they saw these 3 beautiful women, then, they also knew that this young man in front of them must have a great force behind him. Perhaps he even had a god-rank powerhouse. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to make a move. If this young man really had a god-rank powerhouse behind him, then it would be difficult for them to explain to the Island Lord. Island Lord? That's right. After the 13 elders scolded them, they suddenly remembered something. The Island Lord was still fishing at the seaside. He must have known about what happened here. Why hadn't he sent a message? Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan looked at this old man who was more than 10 meters tall jumping up and down. He seemed to be scolding him, but in fact he was trying to persuade him to admit his mistake. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. What the hell was going on? He didn't provoke anyone. It was fine if he met 2 crazy women, but now a group of old men came. Why were they so unreasonable? Why were they so obviously biased? It seemed that his guess was right. This beautiful woman seemed to be the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's god-rank powerhouse. All right, this young master will not argue with you. I also don't want to cause trouble. Tell me, how do you want me to apologize? When Yi Qinghan thought about how the 13 elders didn't make a move, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He kept the slaughter god blade and sheathed it on his back. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that this woman was the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's Island Lord. He didn't want to end up like what happened in Black Tortoise City. After provoking a group of young people, a group of old people came. After fighting a group of old people, the Hidden Island Lord appeared. If such a small matter caused Elder Lu and the Hidden Island Lord to fight, it would attract the attention of the continent's god-rank powerhouse and the God City's Island Lord. That's right. You are worth teaching. And you are young and frivolous. I think we can forgive you this time. Forget about the compensation. Just apologize. In the future, you must be careful not to cause trouble when you go out. The 13 elders heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Qinghan admitted his mistake. The Island Lord was too indulgent towards Yinling. They couldn't do anything about it. Previously, they almost destroyed the hidden pavilion because of a small matter. Now, since Yi Qinghan was so understanding, they naturally tried to smooth things over. After all, they were the ones who suffered and got scolded. When Yinling saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly admitted his mistake, the excitement in her eyes disappeared, and was replaced with complete disdain. Men were indeed spineless. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was like a bird. She waved her hand indifferently and said in a magnanimous manner, "Since you, a piece of trash, have become a tortoise, I am not an unreasonable person. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Let the 3 of them accompany me for 10 days, and this matter will be over." Chapter 398. As soon as he said that, the 13 elders were visibly relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss seemed to be in a good mood today. She didn't plan to cause trouble. In their opinion, making Yi Qinghan kowtow a few times was a small matter. Besides Yin Sha, the young masters of the Hidden Island served the island master all day and avoided Yinling. Which of the other young masters didn't kowtow to her? Didn't they get beaten or slashed by her? Yindang, for example, was almost castrated by Yinling. Fortunately, his grandfather, the 8th elder, left quickly. Otherwise, as for Ling, saying that she wanted the 3 women to accompany her for 10 days, in the eyes of the 13 elders, this wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a big deal. It was harmless for women to play with each other. They wouldn't suffer any losses, and they wouldn't suffer any losses. They didn't have tools and could only rely on external objects to play a few tricks, so it didn't matter. Haha. However, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's reaction was a bit big. After hearing what was said, Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curved into an evil smile. And then the smile became bigger and bigger. And the smile became a big laugh. And the big laugh became a crazy laugh. Humph. Pay. Shameless. Little Han. Beat her up until even her mother can't recognize her. Yu Qingcheng snorted implicitly, expressing her anger. Yi Qingwu directly flipped out and started cursing. Yi Qingyu didn't understand why the woman wanted them to play with her for 10 days. However, when she heard that her brother was to kneel and kowtow, she became angry and glared coldly at Ling, her battle chi sword, and was about to explode. Kind people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. The ancients didn't deceive me. Big-breasted sister, listen to me. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Since you insist on doing it, then do it. This time, it wasn't the bewitching purple light that lit up, but as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, his battle chi suddenly soared, and at the same time, his body suddenly emitted a ripple-like spatial fluctuation, which instantly radiated like lightning and enveloped everyone in the field. After that, Yi Qinghan's body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Under the horrified gazes of the 13 elders and Lord Mei, he directly appeared in front of Linger and stood still. With an evil smile on his face, he stretched out his index finger and gently lifted Linger's beautiful face. Then he opened his other hand and raised it up high before slapping it down hard on her face. Pa. A clear and crisp sound rang out in the quiet field. The voice was pleasant and abrupt. However, in the ears of the crowd, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Linger was dumbfounded as she blinked her big eyes in confusion. Looking at the evil smile on his face and smelling his masculine scent, she forgot about the burning pain on her face. She stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze as if she was thinking, why did he dare to slap her face? Did he really slap my face? Bastard. How dare you? Courting death. Countless shouts and curses rang out a moment later. The 3 elders and Lord Mei's faces were filled with anger and coldness. Of course, there was also fear. The moment Yi Qinghan's battle chi soared, the 14 people also made their move. No matter what the island master's intention was, they knew that since the island master had not sent a sound transmission, it was obvious that he was allowing them to make their move and teach this arrogant boy a lesson. However, the moment they made their move, they suddenly found a spatial fluctuation surging out from the young man's side. This fluctuation was too fast, and it reached them in an instant. Then, something terrifying happened. The space around them suddenly fluctuated violently, and their advancing bodies seemed to have collided with an iron wall, and their bodies could not move. And then they heard a resounding slap to the face. They saw the red handprint that slowly appeared on Linger's snow-white face. It was incomparably clear and dazzling. Only now did they realize that they could move their bodies. Therefore, they hurriedly roared and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. If you want her to die, then come. Just as they were about to go berserk, they were frightened by a slender hand and a faint sentence. Yi Qinghan's hand that hooked Linger's smooth chin slid down along her jade-like neck and quietly pinched her neck. To tell you the truth, your pig brain has tarnished your perfect body. After Yi Qinghan's faint sentence frightened everyone, he suddenly leaned forward and pulled the distance between them very close. Then he whispered in a voice that only Linger could hear. Haha. Good, very good. You're really a man with guts. You're more gutsy than all the men in the hidden island. But I believe that you will regret it later. I can guarantee that you will not live past today. Linger's confused eyes were only silent for a moment before she was awakened by the burning pain on her face. She listened to Yi Qinghan's deep voice in her ears and felt that her jade-like neck, which had never been touched by any man before, was being held by a big hand. Linger didn't panic, nor did she become angry. Instead, she chuckled and spoke in an icy tone. Oh, Is that so? I'll wait and see. However, to tell you the truth, I don't know how awesome you are. At the very least, your breasts are really big and perky. I think they must feel good, right? Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and ignored Linger's threat. Although Linger was very tall, he was half a head taller than her. At such a close distance, Linger was wearing very revealing clothes. When he looked down, he could clearly see the scenery inside her leather armor. He could even faintly see Tu Dang, and the group of young masters were also confused after that loud slap. They were still confused even now. They were far away from Yi Qinghan's spatial lock. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had suddenly flipped out, but they didn't see that terrifying purple light. However, he strangely pounced over and easily slapped Linger. However, the 13 elders didn't make a move at the beginning, and they still hadn't made a move yet. From their angle, they could see that Yi Qinghan was unscrupulously looking at Linger's breasts. He was looking at the two towering peaks that all the young masters of the hidden island wanted to see. What was going on? They didn't know, so they could only continue to look at the scene, hoping that someone would give them an explanation. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Qingyu was very happy that Yi Qinghan had slapped that hateful woman and smiled faintly. But now, she saw that Yi Qinghan was so close to that woman and seemed to be whispering about something. She looked at Yi Qingqing and Yi Qinggu in confusion. Humph. Who knows? But it's definitely not something good. Later, the three of us have to discuss it and formulate a family law. Little Han is too promiscuous. An indescribable feeling flashed through Yi Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yi Qinggu snorted coldly and spoke to the two of them in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. The secret guard of the Hua clan was also dumbfounded. This young master actually dared to make a move. Moreover, he actually dashed over so easily and gave that arrogant woman a resounding slap. He started to worry secretly. There was a god-level elite on this island. If something happened, he would also be finished. Let go of the young lady otherwise. Young man, you've already committed a big mistake. If you still don't repent, no one can save you. What's there to say? If you dare to hurt the young lady, you won't be able to leave the hidden island today. The 13 elders didn't dare to move, but they continuously roared, threatened, and advised. However, in his heart he was secretly anxious. He kept looking towards the east. They were very surprised. Why hadn't the island master appeared? What did he mean by that? Buzz, brat from the Yi clan, let go of Ling. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the field. It was so translucent that it seemed to be a projection. It was the shadow of an old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod in his hand. When Yi Qinghan saw that the island master had arrived, he didn't actually come over. Instead, he used some kind of mystical power to project himself. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly swept Ling's chest again, withdrew his hand, and retreated to protect Yu Qingqing and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. With so many people present, he didn't want to expose the secret of the unfettered ring, so he could only transmit his voice to Elder Lu. If it really didn't work, he could only use a request and let Elder Lu take action. Chapter 399. Humph. I told you that you will regret it. Rest assured, I will help you serve your women well. When Linger saw that the island lord had finally appeared, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. She then directly sent a sound transmission to Yi Qinghan. Then her eyes suddenly turned red and tears instantly flowed out. Her face suddenly became delicate and pitiful. Her whole body constantly trembled like a little girl who was being bullied. She loudly cried and complained to the projection of the hidden island's island lord. Grandfather, if you had come a little later, Ling, or would never have been able to see you again. This person not only spoke disrespectfully to Linger, but also hit Linger in public. Now he wants to kill Linger. Linger doesn't want to live anymore. Father, mother, grandfather don't care about me. I came to look for you. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and was about to hit the wall of the trade area. Fair and Mei Darren were so scared that they hurriedly hugged her from behind. At the same time, the nearby 13 elders were like ants on a hot pan. They ran around in all directions and anxiously looked at the hidden island lord for help. This is also possible. Yi Qinghan and the other three looked at each other in dismay. This Enlinger is really a damn waste of talent if she doesn't become a geisha. She is crying sadly and pretending to be pitiful. It can simply make people cry. No wonder the entire hidden island can't do anything to her. Let her go. If she wants to die, no one can stop her. The hidden island lord didn't move. Even the expression on the projection didn't change. His cold words stunned everyone present. It also stunned the suicidal Enlinger. Enlinger didn't know what was going on. Was this still her grandfather? Every time she acted cute, the hidden island lord would immediately compromise. Now she wanted to die, but... Linger, you are already 18 years old. Are you still not sensible? I can clearly tell you that I will not make a move against this Yi family youth. I also don't dare to make a move against him. The person behind him is someone that even your grandfather can't provoke. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. If you still want to seek death for the sake of the entire hidden island, Grandpa can't do anything. Moments later, Enling came back to her senses. She felt both wronged and indignant. She steeled her heart and prepared to seek death. However, the hidden island master's cold words caused her body to tremble. She stood on the spot, and her beautiful tearful eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. Countless people recalled the hidden island's island master's words, and their faces tightened. Everyone was shocked. The island lord of Hidden Island, a god-rank expert, had actually said such a thing in public. What did this mean? It meant that the hidden island had yielded to this young man. What kind of background did this person have to actually make the hidden island lord lower her head? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately sheathed the slaughter god blade on his back. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked at the hidden island lord's shadow thoughtfully. He somewhat understood what this old thing wanted to do. Yi Qingwu and the other two became slightly proud. If their man had face, it was equivalent to them having face. However, the Hua family's secret guard behind them was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. You guys don't believe me. This young man can represent the entire house of Aries. He has 5 god-rank experts and hundreds of martial saints behind him. He also has 3 war gods' blood medallions in his hands. He can summon the entire house of Aries. Tell me, do you think I would dare to touch him? Today, you finally understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. Let's not talk about anything else. You see, he is only 3 years older than you, but he is the strongest person below the god rank. He can kill all of you by himself. If you don't change your temper, sooner or later, grandfather and the entire hidden island will be buried with you. After listening to these words, Enling finally understood one thing. Today, it seemed that she had slapped herself for nothing. The view of her chest was also wasted. Can't I get back at her today? How? Comparing strength? This person was able to slap her ruthlessly under the protection of 13 elders. Comparing strength? She only had 1 god rank expert behind her, but he had a group of experts behind him. Thinking of this person's arrogance and overbearingness, it now seemed that he was confident. This man was actually so fierce? She recalled how he grabbed her chin frivolously and stared at her unscrupulously at the same time. A complicated look flashed through her eyes. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. This, the hidden island lord's words made not only Yi Qinghan understand what this old man was trying to do. Even the 13th elder understood. They originally thought that the hidden island lord didn't make a move because he wanted them to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson, and then beat the tiger to the mountain, and give a warning to the people behind him. Now that they thought about it, the hidden island lord was actually borrowing Yi Qinghan's hand to beat his lawless precious granddaughter a little, to make her change her temper, and at the same time, to change her view of men? Moreover, from the hidden island lord's tone, it seemed that he wanted to pimp the two of them? Otherwise, why would it seem that he was reducing his prestige and instead giving face to Yi Qinghan? They knew that the hidden island lord wasn't afraid of the god rank experts of the house of Aries. At the same time, they were both humans. Their relationship was very good. The god-rank experts of the House of Aries would certainly not attack the hidden island for Yi Qinghan. It seemed that the hidden island lord wanted to use strong medicine to treat a serious illness. He wanted to cooperate with this youngster and let Ling understand some things. That's all I have to say. There are some things that you need to think about, Ling. The hidden island lord saw that his goal had been achieved, and his eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and did not hide his appreciation. Yi Qinghan, right? You are very good. Send my regards to your old ancestor. When you have time, come to the hidden island to play. After saying that, the hidden island lord's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared from the scene. Humph. You better remember this. Today, Ling will repay this slap 100 times. Otherwise, I am not a human. When Ling saw that the hidden island lord had disappeared, her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and left behind a ruthless sentence. Then, she directly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden city. Mei Darren and Yin Fei also gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look and flew away. The 13 elders also smiled awkwardly, cupped their hands and flew away. Just now they had cursed Yi Qinghan. Now that the hidden island lord clearly didn't care, and they were not Yi Qinghan's opponents, wouldn't they be waiting to be slapped in the face if they didn't leave? Yin Dang and the countless young masters also hurriedly shrunk their bodies and slipped away. They even threw the top-grade human pet they had just bought into a corner, and didn't want it anymore. Let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and no longer spoke any nonsense. He instructed the shadow guard behind him with a complicated expression. He took the 3 girls and flew towards the direction of the pier. He decided to go to the Purple Island immediately. Just now, it was fortunate that the hidden island lord didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would cause a battle between God Realm experts and alarm the Divine City Lord. That would be troublesome. In fact, the more one didn't want something to happen, the more likely it would happen. Yi Ruoshui had just retracted his divine sense that was radiating to the hidden island. He had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's whereabouts all the time. Thinking of the hidden island lord's unique teaching method, he smiled gently. However, before his smile could fully blossom, his expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that a powerful divine sense had suddenly and scrupulously shrouded the entire Song City. After staying in Song City for a moment, it quickly drifted into the distance. He was very familiar with this divine sense. It was the divine sense of the bald divine master too in the divine city. His expression changed several times. He suddenly stood up quickly, and his body disappeared from the cave. At the same time, his divine sense spread out in the direction of the hidden island at the fastest speed. At the same time, all the experts on the mainland were shocked and spread out their divine sense in astonishment. Because just now, the domineering divine sense of the Divine City Lord had actually swept over the mainland without any scruples. On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Lord Devour was also astonished. He put down the book in his hand, and his star-like eyes twinkled a few times. However, after a while he picked up the book again, as if he didn't sense anything. The hidden island lord was cheerfully picking up his fishing rod and continuing to fish. Recalling Ling's frightened expression, he was somewhat satisfied with the result this time. However, after a while, his hand that was holding the fishing rod unexpectedly trembled. The fishing rod that he had never put down suddenly slipped and fell, creating a splash. Little Han, quickly enter the carefree pavilion. Little Han, quickly go. Yi family's kid, quickly run. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls and flew quickly in the sky. As the moist sea breeze blew, his mood was very happy. However, all of a sudden, he felt that the sea breeze was gone. Then an ice-cold, bone-chilling aura swept over the 4 of them, startling them at the same time. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard 3 frightened and extremely urgent voices in his ears. Chapter 400. Yi Ruoshui was very anxious, extremely anxious. Especially when he sensed that Master Divine Butcher was constantly teleporting towards the hidden island at a speed that was several times faster than his. His heart was burning with anxiety. Song City was tens of thousands of miles away from the hidden island. At his cultivation level, he would need to teleport more than 10 times to teleport the furthest distance. However, Master Divine Butcher only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times from the Divine City. When his divine sense locked onto Yi Qinghan and transmitted a message to him, he realized that Master Divine Butcher was already halfway there. Although he vaguely knew that Yi Qinghan seemed to have a unique treasure that could mysteriously disappear from the Flame Dragon Plain, he wasn't sure what Master Divine Butcher was up to. However, he was still extremely worried and even afraid. Run? When Yi Qinghan heard the 3 transmitted messages and felt the chill that enveloped the surroundings, he shuddered and suddenly woke up. Quick, enter the carefree pavilion. He suddenly turned to look at the 3 startled women and swiped his carefree ring. A golden door appeared in the sky above the hidden city. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to ask Elder Lu to bring them to the Purple Island. After all, compared to the Purple Island, the carefree pavilion was the safest place, and Elder Lu's transmitted message proved this point. Yi Qinghan bellowed. Yi Qingyu was the most obedient. Without saying anything, she dashed into the golden door at lightning speed and disappeared into the black hole within the door. Yu Qingcheng was also stunned. Without thinking much, she followed Yi Qingyu into the golden door and disappeared. What's the matter, little Han? Yi Qinggu hesitated for a moment and asked in a slightly surprised tone. This hesitation scared Yi Qinghan so much that his face turned ashen. Without saying anything, he pulled Yi Qinggu and dashed towards the golden door. Swish! Suddenly, a translucent giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in the western sky of the hidden city. A dazzling light illuminated the entire hidden city, and a massive pressure made everyone in the hidden city feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. The extremely oppressive aura made everyone in the hidden city feel as if their hearts were about to stop beating. This translucent golden hand broke through the air. Its speed was quite fast, and its target was very clear. It directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu, who were heading towards the golden door. It seemed as if it wanted to directly grab the 2 of them. Jia jia jia. Following a terrifying cry, a red figure appeared out of thin air behind the translucent golden hand. On top of the big red robe was a huge bald head with strange tattoos. His eyes, one red and one black, were filled with cruelty and coldness. That was close. Baldy, it's a pity that you were a step too late. Yi Qinghan looked back quickly, but he did not stop. Before the golden hand reached him, he had already rushed to the golden door. He snorted and thought that it was close. If he had been half a step too late, he would have been finished. Elder Lu had said that as long as one entered the unfettered pavilion, even a god king might not be able to break through the parallel space, let alone Master Divine Tuesday. Is that so? Jia jia jia. Master Divine Tuyi's red and black eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. As soon as he finished his sharp words, the giant golden hand grabbed at the golden door. As the giant golden hand grabbed at the door, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu had already entered the unfettered pavilion. Half of their figures had already disappeared into the black hole within the door. In the next second, they would disappear into the air and reappear in the unfettered pavilion. What? However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily. He was horrified to realize that the scene before them did not change to the beautiful scenery of the unfettered pavilion like before. In front of them was still darkness behind the door. Furthermore, he realized that both of them could not move. This. Elder Lu, what's going on? This time Yi Qinghan was truly afraid. This was the fear of facing the unknown, and the unknown situation. This was a fear of not being in control, and not being able to control himself. He and Yi Qinggu were actually stuck at the entrance of the passage leading to the carefree pavilion. They couldn't enter or retreat. This was the spatial passage that connected to the carefree pavilion. If anything happened, the 2 of them would instantly be crushed by the spatial turbulence. Jia jia jia. It's actually a spatial divine weapon. It's actually the legendary spatial divine weapon. It seems like the 12th divine sword is indeed with you. The heavens did not betray me. The heavens did not betray me. Master Divine 2E looked at the golden door that his translucent golden hand was holding. He looked at the 2 people inside the door and the endless void beyond the door. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed hysterically. His sharp voice made everyone in the hidden city tremble. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels in the city bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Even countless ships at the pier started to sway slightly because of this terrifying scream. Countless people in the hidden city started to feel afraid. They had heard of the power of a god-level expert. However, everything that had just happened had shocked them. That mysterious golden door, and that golden hand had made their souls tremble. Everything about this terrifying red-robed baldy made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Before Master Divine 2E had appeared, the 13 elders had surrounded Yinling, or immediately when they sensed the chill enveloping the hidden city. At the same time, they descended rapidly and hid in a corner of the streets of the hidden city. They started to look at everything that was happening in the sky in fear. They had seen the island lord of the hidden island attack, but it was nothing compared to this golden hand. Yinling, Er's incomparably cold face finally paled at this moment. Looking at the giant hand in the sky and the 2 figures inside the golden door, her big eyes did not dare to blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and terror. This young Master Han. Hua Chao's beautiful big eyes were filled with worry other than fear. Her whole body started to tremble unconsciously. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from her forehead and landed on the shaking deck and Ru Yan's trembling hands. This is troublesome. Elder Lu's voice transmission sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. It was like a life-saving straw that gave Yi Qinghan a glimmer of hope. However, the next sentence caused his mood to plummet to the bottom of the valley. We're too late. The Carefree Pavilion and the Flame Dragon Dimension are 2 parallel spaces, and the Carefree Ring is a passageway that connects these 2 spaces. However, the Master Divine is using the will of the Flame Dragon Dimension to suppress this passageway, causing the space in the passageway to become chaotic. You guys are in the passageway now, so if he doesn't retract his will, you guys won't be able to enter or leave. Most importantly, the passageway is chaotic, so I can't get out. What should we do? Aren't we just waiting for death? Yi Qinghan instantly understood. The current situation was like being in an elevator in his previous life. However, Master Divine 2 had turned off the electricity in the entire building. You guys are safe for now. This Carefree Ring was refined by the Soul Emperor. No one can enter that door, and any attacks will be automatically neutralized by the Soul Emperor's restriction. Elder Lu continued to transmit his voice solemnly. We just don't know if this Master Divine has any special abilities. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe.